in trying to get ibogaine um, in greater use. And I'm not optimistic about it. Um, the pharmaceutical lobby is very powerful, and a lot of people are misinformed about ibogaine, but it is the most powerful single interrupter of addiction that mankind knows, and that it is illegal in the United States, and there's not even any research going on it right now, is shameful. So um, uh, I had a partner for almost 20 years named Holly Weiss, and she died in 2020 in October. And I've named our home Holly House after her. So I hope our legacies will be joined. Um, I hold events. Um, the latest one was entitled Women in Psychedelics, and we presented 23 speakers from around the world, representing 8 countries on 4 continents. We will do the second one of these in September. But I'm also interested in working with therapists using new substances. I hope to soon set up a training session in Jamaica where I first was trained in using psilocybin therapeutically by members of the Sacred Garden community in Oakland. And it is a psychedelic church. We use all sacraments except peyote, and are very active in healing and in spreading the gospel, so to speak. And I know often people um, uh, are uncomfortable or are triggered by words like church, pastor, sacraments, etc. But we are trying to reinvigorate them with meaning. Um, and I hope that the first affiliate church of the Sacred Garden community will be here in Seattle, and I'm working toward that end. So those are some of the projects that I'm involved with, and Holly House is involved with. Uh, uh, and I will be getting word out about the Women in Psychedelics round 2, which will be the 14th and 15th of September. So that's a little bit about me and about Holly House. I hope that um, filled some time for you, Leo.
Yeah, I think it's applicable to Asian folks, and you're affiliated with the Sacred Garden community out of Oakland. So that isn't Holly House affiliated with the Sacred Garden. Didn't you mention that?
Uh, not officially. I
I
mean,
I see.
they're really um, two separate things entirely.
Do
But
you mind, yeah, do you mind speaking very briefly to what Sacred Garden is about?
Sacred Garden Community was started several years ago. The group that came together um, to promote decriminalized nature, and the first what they were trying to do was get city councils um, to decriminalize psychedelics. And the first place that happened was in Oakland. And the people that made it happen then turned their attention to Sacred Garden community. So many of the people that made decriminalized nature work in Oakland, and then it became a national project. Seattle became the 9th and largest city to decriminalize uh, psychedelics. Um, and it's been since eclipsed by Washington, D.C. and Detroit. But this is a national movement. And following decriminalization, often city councils have then changed the ordinance regarding psychedelics. Both are largely symbolic since the federal regulations still presumably have take precedence. But the fact is that uh, the federal government is in the process of changing a lot of the ways they see psychedelics. Most recently, the move to reschedule marijuana from a Schedule One, where it's there with the strong um, hallucinogens such as acid and heroin and cocaine, to reschedule it to Schedule 3, which would allow for much greater research. Right now, if you want to research a Schedule 1 drug, it's prohibitively expensive. The security requirements are absurd and very expensive. So we're seeing some movement at the federal level, and Sacred Garden community is in the forefront of psychedelic churches. There are many sprouting up across the nation and proceeding with their services successfully. And I don't think we're going to see the DEA coming in to try and shut down legitimate psychedelic churches. So that's a bit on Sacred Garden community, a leader in the psychedelic church movement.
Thank you for sharing, Eric.
One thing that stands out to me is that within Asian culture, you see a lot of honoring of elders. And Eric, I see you as an elder in this community, this psychedelic, vortex world, revolution, society, whatever. So I really feel like sometimes we can learn from some of those collectivist culture, that we can learn about, like taking care of our elders in a respectful kind of cycle of life way. Not just within Asian culture, but other cultures demonstrate that too. But I just want to honor you as an elder in our community, Eric. I think we're ready for our next moderator. Just wanted to give folks a little update on the stressful like tech issues. They do seem stressful. My astrologer says at 4:30 things are gonna start going really well. And I said, okay, cool. Because right now they don't feel like they're going so great, but 4:30, I'm just hanging on by a shoestring. So our next moderator is Joanna. I believe, Joanna, you're our next moderator. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. Take it away. It's your hour. And if I drift away because I'm going to the bathroom or something, like someone else who's a co-host, please help Joanna, but she's fully competent. So yeah, just blessings to you, Joanna. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So, thanks so much for that, Eric. That was really, really wonderful. And I think might tie in nicely to where I might be headed. So what I wanted to talk about today was to um, maybe like take a moment, especially given the first few hours that we've had, to think back in terms of our relationship to nature. So one of my teachers talks about how uh, plants are our oldest ancestors. They were here on this planet before any other life form. And so they've been here for 350 billion years. And, as I've been in my medicine path, I started off well for myself, and as I've continued, I've started to come back more and more in terms of considering my relationship with nature and my relationships in general. And so I just want to invite everybody to maybe just take a moment and take a deep breath and think about your relationship with nature. So for example, like if you think about, when was the last time you hugged a tree? Or, have you spoken to a tree recently? Um, and when we think of, how every day we wake up in the sun comes up for us, whether or not we've had a rough day yesterday or we're coming out of a tough situation, but the sun always, shows up for us. Um, and then I think in terms of the plants, and I think in terms of how amazing they are, that they are able to convert sunlight into a source of energy for us, and to, like, create nutrition for us. And just like, when I think about nature and the magic that she brings, and I feel sometimes how beneficial it is for us to just take a moment and just remember our connection back to nature. And part of the reason why I wanted to bring this in to this conversation is because, when we talk about psychedelics and we talk about medicines, and there are other synthetic options as well, but I work mostly with the plant medicines. And what I wanted to talk about today is how a lot of the conversation today focuses on the entheogenic medicines. So we've heard a lot about, ayahuasca and wachuma, mushrooms. Well, I wanted to introduce a topic that is very near and dear to my heart, because I've been working with this modality for a while, and it's called a master plant dieta. And so I wanted to maybe expand the conversation in terms of when we get to sit with medicine and sit with plants, that there is actually a whole new way of working with plants, more plants outside of the entheogenic ones that we might have heard of. And, I think a lot of us, when we, come to it from a healing space, uh, like, I know for myself, when I came into my medicine journey, I started with wanting to look at myself and to gain a different vantage point and to understand my patterns. I came into a space where I was getting more answers, but then seeing more areas in which to ask for more questions. And eventually I arrived at a place where I was wanting to search for my ancestry, and then realizing how much wounding has been carried down my ancestral lines, and then starting with my maternal line, seeing all of the inherited um, ways on conditioning that we've received. And at that point, I just took a pause and I looked at my path. And the reason I did that is because, I had been supplementing my ceremonial work with, self-study. So, books, courses, and those were really great. And they are really great. And there's still resources that I, like reach out for. But with the master plant dietas, one of the things that I really value about this way of working with plants is that it gives me access to an ancient wisdom that is information that I don't necessarily, that I might not easily find in a book. Or, like if I need to maybe find a teacher that has received wisdom that has been handed down to him, well, or her. Um, and I wondered, like, okay, well, I could try to look for, the good thing about having Zoom today is, like, we have so much more access to like masters and maestros around the world. But really, I also wanted to start looking for personal access to an ancient wisdom. And so what I found with this way of working with plants is where with plants, and when I say plants, we talk about master plants. So for example, in the work that I've done, what I've learned is that we have access to learn from any consciousness. And so example master plants that I've worked with would be, say, rose or frankincense or or uña de gato, which is cat's claw. And so what I wanted to share here is just like each of these plants have a different specialty for the wisdom that they can share. And what I really appreciate about master plant dietas also is that we're able to in contrast to, so when I like, read a book or I do a course, for myself, it's very, let me understand this material. And then let me try to catch myself, and then let me try to build that channel from my head into my body, my somatics. But what I really appreciate with the Master Plant Dietas is that it starts from the spiritual, energetic, and somatic realms, and then very often the brain takes a break. And so for me, it's just such a turnaround from having led my life starting with my head, and where I'm now flipping it around to just basically in this container being able to essentially hold to the discipline of maintaining this container, and then watching myself and witnessing myself as I basically shadow and learn from these plants. And so I'll just give you a quick example of how that looks like in life. So with the Uña de Gato, the cat's claw dieta that when I was working with her, at the time I was just coming into truly seeing my wounded feminine. So I had just come out of ceremony. I was like, oh, that's so large. What do I do? Where do I start? So I went to my teacher and I said, hey, I saw this thing in ceremony. What do I do? And she said, well, you could work with plants. And these are some options of plants that have this signature of the divine feminine. And I felt Una de Gato call to me, and I said, okay, let me work with her. And essentially, so maybe what I'm going to do is take a step back and talk about what the container looks like. So a master plant dieta, traditionally, people would go off into the jungle for a period of time in isolation and a pretty strict diet. And when we talk about diets, it's not just the food diet, but it's consumption of like thoughts and emotions, media, just very, very, I guess, isolated. It's very clean. And the idea being that like you have all this time and space and energy to really fully merge with your plant and get to know it, understand, the lessons and learnings from them, and then you integrate when they close the portal. And that is like a wonderful and deep way to work with plants in a master plant dieta. And there's another way, which for those of us that might not be able to go to the jungle for periods of time, or who might have obligations that they need to continue to meet in their daily life, there is an option to work with master plant dietas in what they call a social dieta. And so that's where I want to talk about the container of a social dieta. So what happens is you get to stay where you would like to stay, not like at home, or some might want to get an Airbnb just to try to recreate the isolation, that the alone time that you would normally get. But with a social dieta, you do get to maintain, like, keep up with your job and your family and your social obligations. You keep the container for yourself, so you're preparing all your meals. And as much as you can, what I like about the social dieta is that you get to experience your life, but then watch yourself respond in a different way that is not how you probably would have responded before. And the other thing also is that it's almost like integration and learning at the same time, which I really appreciate. So back to the example of how I've noticed, how I've watched master plans change my life. And so to the story of my time with Cat's Claw, I previously was, I would say, timid, bit of social anxiety, And I live in New York, and so I watched myself in a few different situations where I one was in a market, and I was talking to this lady who was trying to sell me something, and I said no, thank you. But it can get a little bit hustly in New York, and so I think this lady thought that she could try to convince me that she had given it to me, like this thing that she was trying to sell, and then she was like demanding payment. And typically, I would have been like scared or cowed and like panic or freeze. But I watched myself stay calm, stay focused, and very calmly just say, no, you didn't. And I didn't get scared and I didn't get cowed like I normally would. And I just remember in this interaction, watching myself, almost like in a dream, where I'm watching myself respond and marveling at myself at how I was able to think of responses in the moment. Because typically, I'm that sort of person who freezes, does something to recover or run away, or I would have just given her the money and like and then 3 days later in the shower thought to myself, oh, I could have said that. So it was wonderful for me to watch myself in real time, not back down, not get scared, but stand my ground and say very calmly to this lady, I didn't take one. And I I didn't take one. No, that's not what happened. And eventually she realized that I wasn't going to move and I wasn't going to back down. And her whole face changed. And she was like, oh, okay, that's no problems. And I just thought, wow, she really tried it on. She knew she didn't give that to me. And I'm so proud of myself for not having, well, responded how it normally would have responded. So that's kind of an example in terms of for somebody like myself, where, if I had read in a book, like, okay, this is how you respond, I would have needed a lot of time to just pause and be like, okay, first we do this, and then told my mouth to do that. So it was really beautiful to watch the plant kind of step in and react, and then all I have to do is basically observe. Um, and I want to share another example of my time with a different plant. And this is to do with my time with frankincense, which is another master plant that I've built a relationship with. And so in this instance, this is an example of how after the portal has closed, and there's always a period of integration where you're um, paying attention in the weeks after to see what other gifts I received essentially. And so in this instance with frankincense, we had a wonderful time together, and he taught me a lot about empowerment, self-empowerment, and he was showing me about sanctity, and he said, you can find the sacred in everything. Like, you don't have to go to a church to do that. You can he was just teaching me how to find the sacred in my daily life. And then we closed, and I was like, that's great. I immediately, when I closed, I had an event to go to, and it was a weekend event away with a bunch of strangers, which typically for me in a group setting would have also triggered my social anxiety. And so I knew that going into this event, I wanted to go to support my friend. So I was prepared. I went away for this weekend. I was ready to, find a room and maybe check out of the group a little bit. I had plans. I had plans to manage. And, the most amazing thing about this weekend was being in a group of 20 strangers and then watching my non-reaction, as in knowing that I not typically would have had a very strong physical reaction to the amount of social anxiety I would have had in a group setting, especially knowing that everybody else in that group already knew each other, So I share that as an example of how, the plan is teaching me and working with me while we're in that container together. And I also, it's almost like, the portal closes, and then I can't wait to see what other gifts might emerge, because the plant has worked on other things at the same time as well. Um, so that's an example of how, like I get gifts during and gifts even after I work with master plants. And the reason I wanted to bring that up here is because, um, there's so many pathways to like learning and healing. And I didn't know if many people might have heard of this other way. And so, and on this path, like I love the conversations we've had today in terms of like looking at our ancestry and healing, all of the conditioning and wounding that we've inherited. And I'm also thinking of, there are some areas of the population that might not be able to sit in medicine for many reasons. Sometimes it's health reasons or religious reasons, or, but there's just so many, there's other options, and I just wanted to open that up for everybody and share that here. So yeah, so I just wanted to start with that topic and see if it resonated.
Well, I like the idea of being aware of synchronicity and messages that the universe is giving us. I've had a lot of animal messages like the symbolism of animals during ceremony, and then afterward, like encountered those animals specifically that I thought were kind of like coming through the veil to greet me on the physical side. And I was mentioning earlier when Rishi was speaking about how I'm fascinated, like in Japanese culture, like there's sometimes like kind of like kitchen magic, like the belief that like appliances can become haunted. And I personally feel like appliances can totally become haunted. I feel like I've dealt with appliances that felt very haunted to me. And so I think it's really interesting when like witchcraft and Asian culture and psychedelics and feminism and like earth magic and like ghosts or spirituality or supernatural experiences kind of all intermix. I think that that sounds like a really cool, like whatever, like not religion, but whatever. Combining all those things seems very copacetic to me. So I just resonated with everything you said because it was really, groovy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. It's a little bit not off topic, but something you spoke about earlier. As far as using frankincense, what is that experience like when you work with that plant?
Sure. Absolutely. So, um, from a physical perspective, so how we would work with each plant, and it differs according to plants because each plant has the different properties, but specifically with frankincense, um, we can work with him in two ways. The first is through his incense, that's what he, I guess, is famous for. And the second way is like it's possible to get a very high quality food grade oil. And so we can make like a frankincense tea, dropping him a few drops of him into hot water and then just sipping with him. But in general, yeah, in the dieta container, what that looks like for a social diet is that um, it's the first thing you do when you wake up and the last thing you do when you go to sleep to sit with your plant. So, for example, I would have frankincense in a mug next to me, so that the first sip of, like I would say normally I start with water, but when I'm on a dieta, my first sip will be of the tea. And the reason for that is because it's actually not so much the ingestion of the substance that gets you into this marriage with the plant. It's actually more for our humanness to remember, hey, I'm currently in a dieta, so I'm going to use this physical cues to remind myself that throughout the day, I'm going to be mindful and paying attention to how I show up in life. And that's how we get to observe the changes. So I'm guessing that perhaps is another layer to the question of being like, what does it feel like in a relationship with frankincense? Is
All
that,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So what I will say is that it's not an entheogenic experience like you would expect, like with say mushrooms or ayahuasca or what wachuma, for example. So you do stay grounded, and depending on your clairs, so like if you're clairsentient or like your ability to connect with a spirit being, it's and everybody's different. Also, I need to add that as well. So, for me, frankincense is very, like, I would say a strong silent type. So, when he enters my body. So
Yeah.
so what happens with the master plant dieta, you know, like the facilitator opens the portal and we sing in the plant, and then we protect your channel for the time that you're together. So I liken it, how I experience it is almost like when you're on a plane, when you take off and you land, like that the taking off and the landing is like the points where you're most likely to feel anything.
Right.
Yeah, so with some plants, I can literally feel the energy come in. With frankincense, very gentle, very expansive. And so when he's with me, it's almost like, is he here? Is he here? And then so very subtle, I guess, is what I would like to say about frankincense. And then when he leaves is when I really feel it. So in my last dieta with frankincense, because he's a tree and he's a larger energy than say a bush, like a rose bush. So what would happen is because it is a larger energy, then your body feels that more. So in the closing, I was like laid out on the couch for a little bit and like just trying to like regain my energy, you know, to go about my life. But some of the dietas, you know, you close it and you're like back, you know, back in the game. So with frankincense, for me, very spacious and strong and quiet. But I mostly feel him on the exit, not so much the entry. I hope that helped answer the question.
No, that's really great. I've never really heard of this. I'm learning, um learning about this. And yeah, no, that was great. And so theoretically you could start your day with like frankincense incense and close your day with frankincense incense instead of a tea, right? Or you could use something like rose water if you were trying to be closer to like a rose bush. Am I
Exactly.
understanding that right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
And when you're perfect, thank you for bringing this up, because when you're in that portal, because you're trying so hard to um like be aware and connected to your plant, that it makes it easier on yourself to like remove the other master plants from your field. So even in the dieta, um, sorry, in the actual diet portion of the dieta, like, you know, you can't really drink any other teas, and your like soaps and stuff, like you're absolutely right. Like you would preferably have just the plant that you're working on. So conversely, if you're working with rose, then you can really go to town with rose tea, rose water, you know, rose
Yeah.
moisturizer. Yeah.
Right. There's
Yeah.
all sorts of things.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's right.
I mean, I had some the other day I was at work and someone had brought in some gulab jamun, I think it was called, but it was like a bread and rose syrup from India. It was really good. But yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Um, Leo, I see you've asked me how has my family responded to my healing journey. I don't tell them. I just go home and they're like, "You look so good," and I'm like, "Thanks, I'm eating healthier." But yeah, I do share what I'm up to with you know, my cousins and my brother, who are, I think, more open to it, and so they're more aware. Yeah, and they give me full reign to be myself, so I'm very grateful for them.
I think I've found that too with my family as far as using plant medicine and just other psychedelics. seems like it's easier to share it with the younger members of the family or like people who are our peers, depending on who they are. You know what I mean? Of course, you're going to have some peers who are maybe a little bit, different than you or very different than you, but for the most part, cousins and brothers and sisters, etc., are much easier to share with, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think like I know with my parents, like, they love me very much. And if they heard about, like that I'm working with plant spirits or I'm sitting with plant medicine, I think they would just get very scared for me, for my soul, because um they are very Christian and, they want me to go to heaven. So I want to go to heaven too, but I'm starting
Sure.
here.
Yeah, no, I understand that for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so I see Cather is also asking a question of like, how do I choose who or what to diet? So mostly for me, it just depends on what I'm working on and like what's happening with me in my like where I am in my life. And well, there's a few ways that this happens. So when I first started, I'm very grateful for my teacher, and I would be like, "Oh my God, this happened. What plant is good for this?" And then she'd be like, "Okay, well, here are three. Here are three. Which one resonates with you?" But there's another way where if you're paying attention to your field, you might notice, for example, like say blue water lily, which is another name for her is blue lotus. Like she'll come up and then she'll come up again, and somebody will like in a conversation and her name will come up again. And um, the other thing I wanted to say is that we have full sovereignty. So even when a plant comes to you, you can totally say, not right now. Oh, you look interesting. I might date you for a bit. So like there are a few ways that when plants come into our field, either through me pursuing or them coming to me, kind of like dating. Um, that's how you could choose like who you want to diet as well. And to be honest, sometimes like a friend will talk to me and they've just come out of a diet and they're like, "Oh my God." And then, he did this and Syrian Rue did this. And every time she tells me, I'm like, wow, I need to date this plant. So so that's how I choose who to diet. And now at the moment it's just a matter of time and juggling um all my commitments. And the reason for that is because it's very, especially the diet portion, it's very hard to say be traveling or um, going to some social engagements and keeping your container pure and clean. Like it takes a little bit of discipline. It's not impossible. So I've been able to do it, but I just want to share that I've had to learn how to do it. And at the start, like, one of the things I really appreciate about my time with plant medicine, and especially in like this master plant dieta container, is because you're like I'm building a relationship, and all of my relational trauma comes up. So like my perfectionism comes up, like, my fear that like my plant is gonna abandon me if I do something wrong. And the most amazing thing about it is like it's a plant, it's not doing anything, right? Literally. So I can see how I'm just like projecting all my stuff onto it. So this is where, with my teacher who is like a beautiful facilitator, like especially at the start where I'm freaking out. I'm like, "Oh my God, I did this." And she's like, "It's okay because you didn't have the intention to break your container. Like you didn't continue, like, so I've repatterned and reconditioned, and I'm still working on it, but like it has helped me recondition and see more of my relational patterns just through this very pure container. And I also want to share that like with these plants that they've got such personalities. So like I remember my diet with the coca tree and basically what she was trying to like work with me was to get me comfortable with breaking rules because I've been brought up to really follow the rules, which I didn't think I still had it in me, but it apparently was there. And I remember being in the ceremony, and the thing with being in the dieta container is like there are reasons for it, but one of the things that isn't like okay in the dieta container is like red meat because it's very dense and heavy energy, so it's very hard for the plant spirits to kind of like sit with and move through. And I was in the ceremony, and part of the closing is where you close with meat for strength. And typically when I sit in ceremony and I'm in a dieta, I'm like, I always pass on that round. I'm like, thank you so much. I can't, and I let it pass. But this time around, she was like, take it, eat it, do it, do it. And I was like, oh my God, are you sure? Are you sure? So I took a bite and I was like, fine, I'll trust you. I took a bite, freaked out all night. And I was like, oh my God, oh my gosh. And like it was a very powerful lesson for me because I've had to relearn my my self-empowerment and like coming into balance of being okay with trusting my gut and listening to guidance, and also knowing that I get to own my choices. So it was I'm sharing that because the plants will be cheeky and also pushy. So that was my time with coca.
And that was like a cacao plant, or
Um,
what was that again?
yeah, so this plant is only available in South America, and it is the plant from which cocaine is made.
Oh,
S-
like coca. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So did you chew the leaves? Is that kind of how you ingested it, or?
You can make a tea with her because like in
Oh
the
wow.
countries where she is actually legal, she's actually really super nutritious. She's great for like high altitudes. Like she's a superfood, and I could go on and on about her, but like,
Yeah, no, I'm sure it's great for high altitudes. It seems like it would be a vascular constrictor. Like,
mhm.
yeah,
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. And like, I think for me with her, she was just so surprising in so many ways because I thought she would keep like because we have to like we don't have to, but like it helps me connect with the plan, stay connected with the plan if I start my day with her and end my day with her. So I was like kind of stressing a little bit about how am I going to drink coca tea and then go to sleep? Like how is that going to happen?
Right.
Well, to my biggest surprise, I actually could barely stay awake the whole time. I was taking 4-hour naps. Like in the middle of the day, I could barely keep my eyes open to the point where I went to my teacher. I was like, do I have fake coca? And she was like, no, actually, coca is an adaptogen. It's not what we think she is. So that's what I learned.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder where the stimulating effects come from that you see. I wonder if it has something to do with the chemical reaction
Yeah,
when some of the other chemicals are added.
yeah.
So
Well,
very interesting.
how I understand it is because like they isolate, like she's like so bountiful, but then they isolate it down to like one molecule, and it's that one molecule that's like does what it does, but they've left out like all of the multivitamins and superfood, like that is
Right.
yeah,
It kind of takes all the real good stuff away.
exactly,
And
exactly.
then,
And the sad part is they just discard it, and then they have that one thing.
yeah,
Yeah,
interesting. Very interesting.
yeah. Um, I
I have one more question.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, no, go ahead.
How do you figure out, or who claims if it's like a feminine or a masculine spirit? Is it just known without the community, or is that something people kind of dictate for themselves, or how does that work?
Exactly. Great questions. I really love your questions. So, yes, no, rule number one, let no one tell you to believe what you should believe. So, yes, with spirits, well, it's just spirits, so it may come to I could work with any plant, and um I could perceive that plant as masculine, and then my friend could perceive that plant as feminine, and we'd both be
Sure.
okay. Yeah, yeah. And then
Yeah,
some
interesting.
plants like mushrooms are like they're like I'm a they because we're mycelium. So, so when people tell me, "Oh, I perceive them this way," I'm like, "That's so cool." And let me accept you for that. Because
Yeah,
it's their experience. I totally validate that.
thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Okay, so I see Jay's question of like, has there been discussion about how to access such ways of learning with this plant in the US, specifically in Oregon? Yes, it's totally, especially the social way, which does not involve entheogenic medicine. So there's not like there are no laws around drinking rose tea or working with frankincense or blue water lily, which is another plant that I've worked with, you know, or sage, you know, like these are all master plants. And I think that's the other thing that I really appreciate about social dietas is some people might not have access to entheogenic ceremonies, and also some people are scared of them, or you know, like there's so many reasons why somebody might want to come to like a master plant dieta. So you could do this anywhere in the world with plants that are available to you anywhere in the world. So for me, you know, I'm very grateful to have come through this work through my teacher. So answering Dorcas's question, my teacher like trained in Peru through the Shipibo Canibo lineage. But it's like I want to share that there are other Amazonian tribes that also work with dieta work. So for example, like the Brazilian tribes as well, they do that. And then when I was talking to my Scottish friend, I was describing it and she was like, "Oh, my ancestors do that." And so I share that because I was in this ceremony and the medicine showed me how if we go back far enough, like shamanism comes from like very like the same roots basically of like, you know, I'm not an expert, I'm just sharing what I saw in the ceremony. But the reason I brought that up is because I'm very grateful to be learning how to work with plants through my teacher's lineage. And from my ancestry, I'm hoping to maybe somehow figure out how we work with plants, because what I'm thinking might be true is that I think all peoples used to work with plants. Like we were all very connected to plants, like a long time ago. And so the ability to talk to plants and have this relationship with them, um, what I've heard other people describe, it's almost like if you took a person from that time and brought them to the modern age, they'd look at us like what? You can't talk to plants because it's just something that we used to do so naturally. And so, yeah, like this is a lineage, the one of the lineages through which I've come through. But you know, if anybody knows of the way that Chinese people might have also talked to plants, please let me know because I'm wanting to find out.
This doesn't really relate to plants, but I have had the experience of learning about Chinese medicine and how there are different souls that are ascribed to different organs in the body. Um, and when my mom had a liver transplant, I felt like a huge piece of whoever she was departed this plane. And for me, that was very interesting because it felt like a new spirit entered her body with the transplant of the new person's DNA and whatever with their organ. And so then I started getting fascinated with what I could read about Chinese perspectives in Chinese medicine of the liver having a certain kind of soul or other organs having other kinds of souls. And for me, that made a lot more sense than like a whole package soul. I kind of like the idea of these little pieces of our soul. I don't know. So I'm very fascinated by Chinese medicine. By no means am I any kind of like expert or anything. I've just read like maybe 10 books or something, but I just find it just really interesting because for me, I feel like sometimes in the West, we have a perception of Chinese culture as being very cold and not being very like spiritual. But then I'm always like, are you sure you think that? Because you go deep into like their medicine, and I feel like that's where their spirituality is. They talk about things having energy or being spiritual biology and how they're constructed and so forth. So I feel like on the surface, there can be like the appearance of a non-religion or something, but then I mean Buddhism and clearly is a philosophy, but the Chinese medicine really got me into thinking like, oh, there's deep spirituality here. This is like profound. Thank you. I'm complete.
Thank you. Thank you. It's funny, I was just talking about that with a friend yesterday. And she's from China, whereas well, I come from a lineage of immigrants. So, we came from China to Malaysia to Australia, and then like now I'm in the US. And I was talking to her about like how do I, get back to our roots? And what she said was she was like, well, it's everywhere. It's like so a part of everything we do. She said chi is underlying everything that we talk about, you know. So but because I didn't grow up in like China, so it's not evident to me. So I need to read those books, is what I'm saying.
Well, I'll just follow up with one more thing. So when I went to do acupuncture in a group setting, I remember the Chinese acupuncturist guy who was Caucasian, I believe. He was saying that the qi swirling around in the room can actually benefit, everyone, and it's actually kind of conductive to the qi or whatever to have different people's bodies, which for me is very similar to auras, like aura work, but you're working with everyone's like auras. Maybe aura and chi could be a synonymous word. But I just found it profound that sometimes in our individualistic kind of perception of healing, we're like, oh, here's the patient and here's the doctor. But we don't necessarily think about medicine as actually we want the patients all together in the same room, and we want to be working on their healing and that flow all together. It's just kind of cool.
That's so interesting because that also like makes me think of ceremonial work, of how like the energy of everybody in the room supports each other. Um, and like what I really love about like not just limiting myself to learning about, one lineage is how finding the similarities of how like even though I guess I'm not a history expert either, but I think, we were maybe not next to each other, we didn't have Zoom in those days, but they all arrived at very similar ways of working with energy and with the plants. And I just think that's such a beautiful, um, I like that we're more similar than we were different. And yeah. The other thing also, Jay, I wanted to share that my teacher actually lives in Oregon, so if you are interested, you could go to her website. It's plantmedicinepeople.com. And yeah, she hosts well, a lot of plant dietas there, and you can get started with like a group dieta, or you can do a one-on-one. And what I like about group dietas is where, especially when I was new to it, and I think the thing with ceremonial work is I'm hoping that I'm getting more sensitive, but I bring that up because at the start when I started with dietas, and I'm just like getting to know my senses. Very often in dieta work, I'll be like, I'm getting this, but is it me or is it the plant? Is it me or is it the plant? And what I found very helpful in a group dieta is when everybody joins and they're like, well, this week this happened to me, and then this, like, and then you start I started to realize, I was like, oh, that was the plant, that was the plant. And so that helped me hone and refine the difference between myself and the plant. And yeah, that might be somewhere where you might like to start as well. Her name is Kat Courtney. I'm gonna put the website in the group chat. Thank you. Yeah.
I have another question about the
Yes.
coca plant. When you were working with that, did you feel any like numbing effects from it? They talk about like, of course, like cocaine. That's one of the major experiences you feel is like a numbing effect in the face or wherever you take it. But as you like drank it, did you feel like a numbing effect in your body?
So the experience of the tea is very different. I would say that it's a more heart opening and throat opening experience. And also it's a very gradual experience as well. It's not like an intense immediate effect. And so, and I'm going to share that in some villages, and again, I don't want to appropriate because it's not my lineage, but I will share that the medicine of coca is used like say once a week, in villages where they come together and they sit with her medicine, and then they talk through whatever's going on, and that's how they keep harmony and peace within their families or their groups. So so the medicine of coca is very different to what I thought it was going to be because of popular like stories that I'd heard. Yeah. Okay. Well, we have a little bit of time. I might talk about something else that the first speaker brought up, and is something else that I'm kind of learning as well, and I thought I'd share. So one of the things that I've been learning about is just how important it is to have preparation and integration to scaffold and support your ceremonies. I think a lot of the conversation today and excitement, which I'm excited too, is where people get very excited about going to ceremonies, and I think that's so wonderful. And I think also that what we hear a lot about is like, the conversation has started around like, okay, integration is important, and it totally is. And then more recently, I'm also currently studying and learning that like it's so important to have the wings of both preparation and integration, and especially from from a few different levels. The first being that okay, I know for myself, when I went into ceremonies, I didn't start with a meditation practice. Like, honestly, my story of how I ended up in my first ceremony is, I think funny, but then also horrific. So what I'm saying is that I just turned up and I didn't have any tools to navigate it. Like, I was fighting the medicine the whole night. And by the end of it, I was like, I'm never coming back to this again. Like nothing will make me come back to this again. Well, that only lasted a few, not very long, but from my experience, what I wanted to share, and I kind of wish, well, I know now what I know now, but um, as it gets more popular, what I've learned for myself is, and even with the dieta work, of like taking the time to build a practice of baselining and getting to know who I am as a baseline. So from a dieta perspective, it helps me figure out, what is me and what is the plant, what is me and what is the plant. But the other thing also is that in ceremonial work, having tools to regulate myself, to navigate tough journeys, even just smiling when things get a little bit hairy during ceremonies. So when I talk to one of my other teachers who I'm kind of training under for that part, like this separate part, she talks about how it comes from a trauma-informed perspective of understanding that like it can be very in itself traumatizing to go through a journey without the tools to regulate and navigate. So I just wanted to bring that in, as well as how sometimes, a lot of conversation around ceremonial work is like going for visions, and I don't often get visions. But one of the things that I've also been learning is how like we get a lot of symbology. And so I bring that up because kind of building off of the previous speaker, which we were talking about like dream work and journeying. And what I've been learning is that how the part of the brain that lights up is actually very similar, like, when you're dreaming versus when you're journeying. And well, if you were to use like the Jungian framework, like your brain, the spirit. It's kind of going back into the collective unconscious to kind of bring out images to help you have the experience that you need, but then as part of the integration to help make sense of it, is having somebody to help facilitate and kind of tease that out. And I share that because like in my first few ceremonies, it was a lot more linear for me, but then as time went on, like I had some journeys that were very, very abstract. And so I wanted to share that as a resource in case anybody else maybe possibly might end up with journeys like mine, just to let you know that there are resources available to support that. Yeah, like I'm just really just sharing my meanderings through the medicine world and all these different tools that I've come into because I needed them for myself. So in case that might be helpful for anybody else, I thought I'd share it too.
Does anyone have any questions or thoughts on the ideas and the sharing that Joanna has done? Feel free to jump in. We have about 15 minutes before our next moderator. Might be less than that. Okay, feel free to jump in.
Go ahead, Sherry.
Jay Foy raised her hand.
Mm-hmm.
Jay, go ahead and ask your question or make your comment, please.
Oh, she can't unmute.
Thank you. Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
So I just really appreciate what you were talking about, your whole speak, your whole talk. I appreciate all of it and taking it all in. Thank you so much for offering your knowledge and your wisdom to us. I guess I wanted to just expand a little bit on what you were, or dovetail a little bit on what you were saying about the two wings of preparation and integration. And as a psychotherapist moving into this field or into this arena, I'm learning, or I'm in a program right now where I'm learning to become a psilocybin facilitator. And I went into this path with so little knowledge, and I'm learning so much right now. But I think this piece of being prepared and having people with you to offer their awareness and their guidance, especially in such what's the word? There's such a deconstruction going on inside of us when all of these different downloads are happening. And it can be really scary if we're not prepared. And I think I just wanted to speak on that piece just momentarily to say, I really appreciate you naming that part, because I think it is truly, truly important. And if you could please forward that information that you said that you would. I was trying to look it up online and I realized I couldn't find it. So
yeah, I'd be glad to. Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you.
And Nikki had also put a question in the chat for you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. And I think Po Hong also put up her hand, but I'm going to I'm gonna end on the story that Nikki wants.
Yeah, please go first. There was sound in the background, so please.
Hi everyone, I'm Po Hong. I'm actually the next speaker after Joanna. I love this conversation that you brought up because just from my experience as a microdosing guide, I started out as a facilitator of deep dives. And what I discovered personally in like taking in research, in terms of like seeing people's process, that I wanted to start them on microdosing before going into a deep dive. And not saying that that needs to be 100% of the time, because I think there's definitely situations where people are ready to go deep, right? And they have done a certain amount of work that supports them in doing the integration work, etc. But the majority of the people that I have worked with are probably not ready for going right into a deep dive. And so the microdosing is so powerful because it makes such a massive shift without any psychedelic effect. And then they get to really work on that nervous system piece as well, because from my experience of microdosing, it helps to soften and thaw the nervous system. That's how I talk about it. And in the work that I do that supports them, they drop deeper into their body, right? There's a deeper connection to their body, and that's such an important piece of going into a deep dive, because the part that I find that is the most challenging for folks in a deep dive is that they get stuck in their head and will just like spin and overthink. And and so if they have more practice of doing the integration work and preparation and nervous system work, somatic work, then they can drop in easier into the deep dive and be surrendered in that experience. So thank you for bringing this topic up.
I love everything you just said so much because I think it's so valuable. And I think just I've come from I've been in some spaces where, you know, they really prioritize doing the work and doing deep work, and I've witnessed it break people's nervous systems, to be honest. And I think that can be sometimes such a badge of honor to go beyond what you're ready for. And I much more subscribe and have experienced how my body will serve me what I'm ready to process when it's ready to process, and to just trust that, and then to just have people even get in the practice of just sitting with your feelings. If you can't do it in meditation, you're gonna really struggle when it's like you know, amplified with medicine. So yeah, I'm such a big proponent of the preparation. Yeah, because it's just so important to just help other people just have a safe journey. Thank you. I don't know if I notice I have a minute left. I don't know if I should tell that last story. I'm totally happy to, but I don't want to take into your time.
Oh, please feel free.
Okay. So just that last story on how I ended up in my first ceremony. Oh, my therapist friends are gonna laugh at me. They do. Basically, I started in therapy. I was, you know, in a period of my life where I thought, you know, maybe I should just look at my life, you know, see how, like, you know, look at these things that I never really looked at. And I still remember my first therapist and meeting her and saying, you have 6 weeks to do this, you know, and I was taking too long, and like, you know, it was only 50 minutes. And um essentially, like, I remember I was traveling at the time, and like somehow this article came to me and it said 10 years of therapy in one night. And I was like, that's great. I'm gonna save myself so much money and so much time. So, because I'm so Asian at this point. But but basically, I was like, this is wonderful because this thing is taking too long. And so I found myself in my first ceremony like within the week. And I was like, oh, you know, that's, you know, here I am. I was so unprepared, so unprepared. I did do a lot of research while I was on that vacation. And to be honest, nobody said medicine was a psychedelic. It said it was a tea. It said it was like, you know, watching your movie and your life in a movie. And I thought, I drink tea, I watch movies, I can watch a movie about my life, I can do this. And in that first ceremony, I just like, I fought the medicine the whole night. And I realized that actually I'm not ready to look at myself. And I was actually wasting my time in therapy because I was not willing to look, like, I was not ready to look at myself, but I didn't know that at the time. So I fought the medicine the whole night. It was awful. And that's why at the end of it, I was like, I'm never coming back to this again. But I was back. I was back within the year. But but that was my first ceremony. Yeah. Thank you for an extra 1 minute.
You're welcome. My pleasure. Should I just get started, Leo?
Yes.
Sorry,
Yeah, you're
sorry.
good. Good
I
to
was
get
really,
started.
I was struggling there for a second. So thank you, Joanna, so much. And yes, welcome, Po Hong Yu. We appreciate you so much for being here. It's your hour. Take it away. And just feel free to ask for what you need. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm so glad I came on earlier to hear Joanna and just get the vibe. I haven't been able to jump on at all lately. So I'm excited to be here. Hello, everyone. My name is Po Hong Yu. Most people call me Po. Actually, Po Hong means big red in Chinese. And my company's name is named Big Red Alchemy because for me, coming back to my lineage, has been a journey and a process, and I really wanted to incorporate it into my business. I'll tell you some of my story, but just so you know a little bit about myself and my work, I'm a intuitive somatic healer. I am a microdosing guide, psychedelic guide, specifically with psilocybin, and I'm a full expression mentor, meaning I help people to be their fully expressed self, whatever that means. That could be with your work, it could be with your anger, it could be with your joy, it could be with your teachings, etc. Really opening up the voice and allowing the sound to come through, the truth to come through. And that is a big deal for me because I hid a lot as a Chinese American. It was very challenging for me being first generation and feeling like I was in between cultures, and I found myself hiding a lot. I changed my name to Stephanie in high school. I changed my name to China in college. I had a lot of identity issues and crises and a lot of trauma that I journeyed through for a couple of decades. And so I do a lot of deep shadow work, a lot of subconscious healing because of my own experience in healing. And so my history is that I'm an acupuncturist. I know we were talking about Chinese medicine a little bit earlier. I became an acupuncturist in 2011. I no longer do that, only here and there, but in general, I really rely on the foundation of the philosophy. Taoism is a big part of my work as well. Just so you know a little bit about my lineage, my dad, who is turning 93 in July, is my spiritual teacher. He used to be a Jesuit priest, and he turned into a Taoist teacher. And honestly, he's an enlightened master. And I'm not saying that just because he's my dad. He is next level. And he's taught me everything about Taoism, yin and yang energy and surrender and receptivity. And he really focuses on the yin energy. Not that it's more important, but because the culture has leaned towards hypermasculinity and really taught me about how real yin love is. And so anyway, all that to say is that Taoism is the foundation of everything that I do, live, teach. And my stepfather growing up was a grandmaster of martial arts and a herbal Chinese medicine doctor. So he taught Hung Gar Kung Fu, Qigong, and Tai Chi. And my mom was just a badass businesswoman. So I come from a very interesting upbringing, and I'm a mix of all three of them. And I feel very grateful for all of them and my own path of becoming and coming to this place. As I come up to my 50th year next year, I feel very grateful for the whole process. And so I'm here to talk about psilocybin and my experience with plant medicine. So I'll tell a little bit about my backstory, and then I would love to guide you in a short meditation and then we can have a conversation and digest. So in 2013 was my first experience with plant medicine. I had just become an acupuncturist in 2011, like I mentioned, and I started working for a community acupuncture practice. And the owner of that practice kept going to Costa Rica, and I didn't know why. It was all very mysterious, and she wouldn't tell me what it was. And she said, when I feel like you're ready, I'll let you know. And I said, okay. And then finally, she said, I think it's time. And I said, okay. And I didn't know what ayahuasca was at that time. I didn't even Google it. I just felt this intuitive knowing that I needed to go. And so I went to Costa Rica without understanding what I was getting myself into. And it was a 2-week experience. And that journey, I did 2 in that year, January and July. And completely changed the trajectory of my life. And it wasn't that something in particular happened during the journey. And I think this is really important. And this is something I like to teach about too, which is a lot of times people want to have a certain kind of experience in a deep dive, in a journey, right? There's an attachment. The mind wants to have it look or be some way. And this was my first experience of like nothing, quote unquote, happened, right? I didn't have any hallucinations. Like it was nothing like what anybody else experienced. I only saw 2 little things and they didn't seem really significant to me. But it was very powerful at the same time because literally the medicine guided me for the next 10 years, right? I felt like last year, the energetic cycle of the medicine that I did with them, with the ayahuasca closed. And so it literally guided me to the next thing. And then that thing opened up to the next thing. So it was kind of like it created this magical breadcrumb kind of experience. And so I like to share that because, yeah, it's not, yes, the experience in the deep dive can be very exciting or, be very life-changing, absolutely. And there's so much that happens afterwards, which, is the integration work that I like to focus on. And then I found mushrooms. And the funny part was that I was scared. I was scared of doing psilocybin. I was scared of hallucinating. I was scared of all those things. And so it's funny that I was called to facilitate. I did a mushroom deep dive with my mentor, and the mushrooms called me. And at first, my mind was like, no, I don't want to do that, because I had all these stories in my head that was all about, I don't want to be like the facilitators that are just focusing on peak experiences, because I was seeing a lot of that happening where, guides would continue to guide people in deep dives and not focus on the integration work. And so my ego was very attached to not appearing as those people. And I had to work through my own stuff in order to let that go. I didn't want other people to see me in that way. And so that's another beautiful part about the medicine work, right? It really illuminates the pieces that we need to look at and shift. And so I surrendered to the call, and looking back, it makes sense because, as I said, my stepfather is, he was a herbal medicine doctor, and I wanted to do herbs, but it just wasn't my calling. I went to school for it for a year, and I just wasn't into it. And I've always worked with the mystical, so it made sense. So yeah, that's kind of my journey in a nutshell. Happy to share any more about it if people have questions about it. I know the stories are always connecting for folks. And there's a lot more there, but wanted to just share that piece. And like I said earlier on Joanna's section, that I started with facilitating deep dives, but the integration work was the thing with microdosing. It's like, was so powerful. And, you know, the culture in general, I have found, focuses on the macro, right? Like bigger is better, or louder is better, or faster is better. And I see that there's so much power in the micro, not just in microdosing psilocybin, but microdosing practices, right? Microdosing a moment. So, you know, I think the adjustment for us as a culture to go into the micro is really, really important. Yes, I'm happy to take any questions, and I would love to guide you on a little meditation if you all desire. Anybody have any shares based off of anything that I had shared so far, or any questions about anything at all?
I'm just curious how your family responds to your healing.
My mom was passed, so she actually wasn't alive to experience me even going to healing work and to becoming an acupuncturist. My stepfather passed before her. So my father, actually, it's really funny. He's so open because he knows what I do, and he's so accepting. And he actually went into his own journey, not with any kind of plant medicine, but it's kind of hard to explain, but he went into his own journey without medicine. It was kind of like it. And that's the funny part, is when he was describing what he experienced, he says, I guess the only way that I can explain it in the way that you might understand is that it was like a mushroom journey, but it was without mushrooms. So my dad is very supportive. He loves the work that I do. And yeah, he is definitely not old school in terms of like, constriction of what we should do or not do. He believes in healing work. So I thought that was really cool. And he's just an awesome person. Any other questions? Anything that anybody wants to share? Maybe their own personal experience around
Hi,
psilocybin?
my name is Lovely. Sorry, my camera doesn't work on my computer or my laptop. So, how do you say your name?
Po Hung, but most people call me Po.
Okay, I like Po, Kung Fu Panda, but
Yes, and the red Teletubby apparently.
yeah. I heard you mention earlier that you had like a little bit of identity crisis growing up in different phases of your life. In college and high school you changed your name, and I wanted to know like if you process that with plant medicine and how that like you know happened, or I mean I don't know for sure. I just kind of am assuming.
No, it actually didn't happen with plant medicine. It was my own, my other, a process that I went through on my own, in regards to meditation and just being divinely guided to the next thing, which was, it brought me to acupuncture. Acupuncture was one of the things that was very healing for me because I knew I wanted to reconnect with my culture. But also going to China for the first time as an adult at 25 was really healing for me because it was the first time in my life that I had been somewhere where everybody looked like me. I was born and raised in Cambridge, Massachusetts, so there wasn't a lot of people that I saw that looked like me, and that added to my identity issues. And so, yeah, being in China, I started to fall in love with my people, even though like they'd spit or they smoke or they bump you, like I got to really see beyond, and in my process of like really falling in love with them, because before that I had a lot of shame around being Chinese. And this was a life-changing moment. And so as a result of falling in love with them, I began to start to fall in love with myself for the first time, just a little bit. And that's when I started to ask people to call me by my name. So I think there's such a power in our names and the reclamation of it. But yeah, it was a process on my own, not with the plants.
Awesome. Do you use acupuncture and plant medicine together?
No, I will use it sometimes after a journey if somebody
Uh-huh.
when integration period, digestion period afterwards, but not actually during the journey. Yeah, but there's so many ways. Like that's the thing I love about this work is that there's many ways that we can integrate different types of modalities and processes, etc.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. For example, like I do a lot of voice work, like I mentioned. I'm not a singer or anything like that, but I help people to clear the stuckness in their voice. So as an acupuncturist, I noticed that a lot of the women that I would see, and now as a mentor in my programs, I find that it's very common that these women feel tightness in their chest, a tightness in their throat, or a tightness in their jaw, or a lump in their throat. And a lot of them identify as a people pleaser, right? Or they don't feel like they can speak their truth or be themselves or be visible, etc. And so I help people to activate their voice and move the energy through here, this bottleneck, because as somebody who's an emotional alchemist, I have discovered how, a lot of people automatically have shut down their feelings or feel afraid to feel their feelings or move it through their body.
Or
And
speak
so,
or speak
oh,
it or speak it.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. And so what happens I see is that this part gets shut down because everything is everything is trying to hold it in, but it wants to open. And so actually a journey that I facilitated recently, we mixed. So this is coming back to what you just brought in, like I mixed the voice work, activation work with the medicine, and it was so powerful. So I love how we can bring different pieces together.
Hmm.
Is there anything else that you want to share or ask, Lovely?
Probably, but I'll wait and see if somebody else wants to talk too.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you for
you.
asking. I appreciate that, Poe.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or any shares on anything that has come up so far? What is the most impactful psychedelic experience I've had? I mean, it's so interesting because they've all been impactful, but I would say that the ayahuasca experience was so powerful because at that time, that was like literally my entry point into myself. Like acupuncture school was probably the first time, I was already doing some meditation and like really observing myself in different ways. But ayahuasca was the first time I did anything where I paid somebody besides therapy to go deeper. And, I'm Scorpio, so it's kind of no surprise that I went into the deep end first without even knowing it. And it was perfect for me. And that's kind of like different than what I was saying earlier. Well, some people need to go and start with integration or microdosing first. And so it's never 100%, right? Like, I think that the medicine calls you and you can intuitively know what is the next right thing for you. And I think a lot of times it's not a deep dive for people, but it can be. And that was from my experience. And so it literally changed the trajectory of my life. It guided me into another practice that helped me to heal sexual trauma, as well as just like learning how to be in my body because I was so disassociated and disconnected from myself. Yeah, so much shame and released all of that. So I would say the ayahuasca, but after that, you know, the mushroom, like the microdosing has been game changing because you don't realize sometimes what's happening and how it's changing and helping you to rewire your brain and your nervous system. And then you look back, you know, months later and you're like, oh, wow, you know, like so much has expanded for me. And I think that's a really beautiful part about microdosing is that it's not like a one-time experience. It's just it's like a compounding effect, right? 1%, 1%, 1%, just compounding. Joanna?
Hi. Yeah, thank you.
Hi.
I'm so curious about well, I guess I'm trying to like ask an open-ended question because I'm thinking about myself. So I know like for myself, having come from um maybe not feeling all of my feelings and then like, building that journey back to well, feeling all of them now. Well, sometimes too much. I feel like they need to have a little disclaimer on like on the ceremony that says caution, you'll feel all your feelings. But I wanted to know about your journey in terms of like, because I imagine that not what we talked about is about Asian culture, but I also imagine that every family is different. And I really appreciated how you shared about the family structure that you came from. And I'm just like, oh my God, that's amazing. So jealous. I mean, I love my parents, but when they see that, they were like, what? But I just wondered if how much of that you had in your family, and then you're like, how did you navigate that? And because I love um how like you shared of how you help women like open up somatically to access the safety to feel the feelings that we haven't been able to feel safe with. So yeah, I wondered if you would share a little bit more about that.
Can you say specifically like around my family part? What was that question? I didn't
Yeah,
understand.
so very specifically, like, did you also have any similarities in terms of a more stoic
Mm.
family? Oh, okay.
I mean, it's interesting because my parents are awesome and everything, you know, like looking back, it's good, right? But my dad back then, um, he was going through his own process, right? As everybody, and he was very stoic, actually. My dad was very introverted and internal and gentle, but also I couldn't access him in a lot of ways. And the beautiful part of being close to my dad, he's my best friend, and I can literally talk to him about anything. I've told him everything, and I have done a lot of experimentation in my life, and he doesn't judge any of it. But what I love is that I got to witness his own growth and how he has softened, how he has become more mushy, how he has become more expressive. Like I said, he's turning 93 in like a month or so. And so observing him over the decades of shifting, then it allowed me to see, wow, we can change. Like anything is possible because I never would have guessed that my dad would be the way he is now based off of how he was when I was young. And actually, I was very angry with him and my mom. And I also have I created something called anger alchemy because of my own experience with anger and resentment and rage and how I didn't know how to deal with how those feelings. I resisted for a long time feeling angry at them because they're my parents and I love them and I know they did their best. But at the same time, I needed to honor like my inner child and all the feelings that she had. And so, yeah, it's been quite a process. I definitely did deal with like these experiences, but I think also, I was also very lucky in that my parents were probably more open-minded than a lot of other Chinese parents. But so it was a mix. It was definitely a mix. I don't know if I answered your question or not.
You did, thank you.
You're welcome. I love being able to talk about my family here because they have inspired me so much and I've learned so much from them. And they're my inspiration. And it's so cool to see the cycle of how at 5 years old, I literally, that's when I started having identity issues, you guys. Like before, like preschool, I felt totally normal as a Chinese kid. And because I felt like I was in a womb in the hub of my family and everybody was Asian, right? And like, then I go to preschool and I could feel how different I felt. And my father tried to put me in Chinese school because that's what everybody did at that time. And I was adamant about not going. And I like to joke with him, like, how can you not make a 5-year-old do something? You're a grown man. And he's like, have you met you? I mean, like, so I was just clear, like, and that's when the shame started, was at 5 years old. And that's always so powerful for me to think about. I think important for me to share too, because there's so much that's happening in our young selves or the young people in life that, that's happening subconsciously, right? And that obviously started coming out as I got older. And so it's cool to see the full circle or experience of like me coming back home to myself, not only with, spiritually and physically and emotionally and all the things, but also culturally. And I feel so grateful for that. Jay?
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm traveling right now, but I thought it was weird when it doesn't show my face, especially when you're sharing so deeply. So thank you so much for everything that you're saying right now. It's very moving and incredibly resonant. I was hoping maybe could you say more about how you work with microdosing? I will say that for myself, it's the microdosing that brought me to psilocybin, and it is the gentle and soft entry that helped me get off of my SSRIs that I've been on for 20 some odd years. And I feel such a steadiness, but it is such, I don't have a guide, and I've just been kind of reading lots of books and trying to figure out the road of how to go about it, even in terms of how long to go about it. So I'd love to hear more from you about how you work with microdosing. And so, can you still hear me? Sorry, my
Yes.
connection is chopping.
I can hear you.
And whether, okay. And yeah, if you could just describe more about how you work with the microdosing and maybe the macrodosing in combination, whether that feels important or if microdosing can remain on its own. I'd love your thoughts.
Absolutely. One of my favorite topics, so I'm happy to share, and you can ask any follow-up questions if you desire. I love that little bean sprout popping out of your head. I don't know if you did that on purpose, but that's very cute. I love it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. It's really adorable. So my microdosing, okay. So yes. Microdosing on its own is totally effective without any deep dive. You do not need to do a deep dive, from my experience, to have the game-changing, life-changing shifts that can occur. I have literally supported people. I mean, of course, these people, talk to their doctors, etc. But through microdosing, people have got off of their antidepressants, Ritalin for ADHD, anti-anxiety medications. And without a deep dive, and literally have shifted their whole entire life, more connection, expanding in every way you can imagine, with microdosing. And I before I get into more details, I like to share about this question around a guide, because I think this is important. A lot of people are microdosing on their own, and that's fine. I have no judgment about people doing that. And what I've observed is that there's a couple experiences. One, they could start microdosing and they're saying, oh, it doesn't really work. And that's probably because they don't have a guide that is supporting them in the process, right? Because there's multiple layers here around microdosing and what, like, dosing protocol, tapping into the medicine, like really cultivating a relationship with the medicine, really understanding the language of the medicine. And there's another group that I've noticed that they microdose and they're like, oh yeah, I feel like I'm like having more energy or more focus or more creativity, which is awesome. But they're like, oh, but that's it. There's like nothing more. And so, they might want to go deeper, but they don't have the access because they don't have a guide supporting them to go deeper. So I personally always recommend somebody to have a guide, especially if they're new to psilocybin, because, like I said, they have a language. Like, they are intelligent, masterful teachers and guides. And because I'm a somatic healer, and my experience of being an acupuncturist and working with people and observing the way the body speaks, combining that with how the mushrooms speak and bringing those together really helps people to tap into what is it that I'm being guided into here. For example, I had a client who started getting jaw pain when she started microdosing. And if she didn't have me as a guide, most likely, and I'm not going to say 100%, but most likely she would have thought that the psilocybin was causing her problems, right? Was like, oh, maybe this is a side effect of the psilocybin, versus, oh, the psilocybin is actually guiding me somewhere in a place that I need deeper healing. And what happened was really powerful. It was, not surprised. I said that a lot of the women that I work with have this pattern of tightness in this area because they're blocked in their throat and their voice. And so she started, I guided her to sit with the sensations, this pain that was coming up for her. And what that did was open up her voice. And she literally started sharing, like, intuitively, for the first time, shared her sexual assault experience with her father.
Okay. Well,
let me mute somebody. So she was able to share this traumatic experience with her dad. She's in her 40s. She never told him. And it was this huge opening that she had. And then she talked to her husband as well about something that she didn't share with him. So, because of that kind of guidance, she was able to drop in deeper and shed something that she had been holding on for decades. Versus if she didn't, like I said, she might have been like, oh, something is wrong, I should stop microdosing, right? So wanted to say that first. And there's so many of those kinds of experiences. Another thing actually I want to say is that I've been finding in general people saying, oh, the microdosing's not working, like in my container, in my membership. And I always have to guide them through the same thing, because a lot of times people are coming to microdosing with the conditioning of Western culture medicine, meaning that they feel like and this is all subconscious because these people have done healing work, right? So, but still it's in them. They feel like, I'm popping a pill because it's a capsule and they want to be fixed, right? There's such a deep conditioning of people wanting to be fixed and something to fix them. For example, like, maybe SSRI medication or something like that. Not saying that everybody who does that is doing that, but all that to say that I've noticed this. And because of me being able to guide them into reminding them that this actually is indeed working. For example, a woman I was working with, she's like, I'm not feeling anything, right? Because with microdosing, you might not feel a whole lot right away or ever. Like, it's not obvious like a deep dive is. And so you need to drop into the subtleties. And then I started asking her questions, and come to find out, she was literally decluttering a room in her house that she had been avoiding for 20 years. And I said, it sounds like the microdosing is working, right? And so it's kind of like having somebody to be able to see the blind spots and remind them that it's not going to feel the way that you think it's going to feel all the time. And it might show up in a way that you don't expect it. It's new, it's subtle. It's you need to really be open to really experiencing it in a way that is not linear or obvious, etc. So those are some thoughts about that, and I'm happy to go deeper into like other questions about microdosing. But Jay, anything else that you wanted me to share around microdosing?
Oh, that was great. Thanks so much.
You're so welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So would
absolutely.
love your info.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll put it in the chat. Does anybody else have any questions or shares? Oh, I think there's somebody shared in here. I'll read it. Rachel says, I love hearing about your identity story, and reconnecting with the Chinese part of yourself resonates strongly. I am biracial Chinese white and was raised primarily by my white mother. I began to reconnect with my Chinese identity living in Asia for a few years, about 10 years ago, and then being able to live in the same city as my dad for the past 6 years. It's awesome that your dad is so supportive. I have been working with psychedelics for about 4 years now, and I do guard my stories and experiences with my Chinese family. Are you open with your other Asian family members about your healing work? Thank you so much for sharing, Rachel. Yeah, I mean, I share about it on social media, and I'm connected to my family on social media. And so I'm sure they're seeing it. My cousins, my aunts, I don't try to hide it at all. And I've always been that type of person. I talk about my work being about full expression. And so for me, it's really important to share all those parts of me, because it's such a big piece for me. So yes, I do. And if I met them in person, I would tell them as well. And I put my link in the chat if anybody wants to connect with me on social media, etc. Any other shares? Or
Yeah, I think I just have a comment, and I just found it really interesting what you said. I've never really thought about that, about how people are so much more accepting to take something if it's in like pill form or a capsule, and they feel like they're going to get more out of it. I think it's going to take a lot of years to break through that stigma, or generations, to kind of get away from this time period where Western medicine played such a pivotal role in society and extended life and cured illnesses and all these things. But I found that very interesting. So thanks for bringing that up.
you're welcome. Thanks, Sean.
I think it would be interesting to see a study, like a blind study, where they gave someone capsules and didn't tell them what was in it to microdose, and then gave someone like, just like one small mushroom or something of the same amount, and just see, if psychosomatically there was a difference or anything. It'd be kind of cool to see something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's something definitely there. And, I think, like I said earlier, not the capsule, and it's like the mentality of something outside of us fixing us. And, with the work that we do, whether it's with psychedelics or any kind of healing modality, but specifically with psychedelics, we need to show up in partnership with the medicine to do the work. And I think a lot of times with the Western philosophy or, conditioning, there's like I said, a subconscious belief that, oh, this thing is going to fix me, right? Versus how can I show up to meet the medicine, right? Because for me, it's all about reverence for the medicine and not, quote unquote, using it. And what that looks like for me is not expecting them to carry the whole weight, expecting them to do all the work. And it's like, we actually need to be in partnership with the medicine. And that to me is like really being an honoring of them.
Wow, Poe, I love what you just said. I have a question actually, and it kind of relates with that. And I wanted to ask you if you thought, because of your, family and your heritage, if it, how it changed your perception of plant medicine and integration and the work that you were doing with psychedelics.
Yeah, I think 100% it has impacted the way I see it because, you know, I'm not anti-Western medicine, by the way. I think there's definitely place for it, like for emergencies, etc. I mean, thank God for Western medicine. So, but like when I was raised, I didn't really go to a doctor. I went to a Chinese medicine doctor before my stepfather and my mom married. And then when my stepfather came into the picture, he was my doctor. He would take my pulse. He would look at my tongue. He would create herbs. I mean, it was so old school, you guys. Like he had a whole dresser with like, 100 different herbs, like a drawer for each herb. And he had an old school scale and measured each herb. And then we'd boil it in an old school Chinese, herbal teapot, and it would stink up the whole martial arts studio and laundromat. My life it was interesting. The laundromat and the martial arts studio were connected, and all three, my parents were all friends. But so I think having that experience really imprinted such a deep, understanding of connecting with plants, with the energy of plants, and also how we approach ourself and holistically in terms of medicine. But also I would take Kung Fu classes with my stepfather. And so there was also the energy work that we were doing in the martial arts studio. I also would observe my stepfather moving a person while their eyes were closed without him even touching them with his chi. And I was like, whoa, because I'm observing the energy work that my stepfather's doing in the martial arts studio. And then my dad, he's teaching me about the laws of energy in the laundromat next door, starting around the age 12 or so. And so all of that has for sure impacted the way that I approach it. And then just my dad being my spiritual teacher over all these years, right? Since I was 13, I'm 48 now. And so he has always taught me over and over again the power of integration work. He never called it that, but really moment to moment presence and connection and surrender. Anything else anybody want to share or ask? Can you talk about microdosing helping with intractable depression, anxiety? And could you say more about how you approach microdosing? Oh, I think we talked about that. But I do want to say that if somebody is depressed or has anxiety, and we start microdosing, even if they don't, a big part of the work is to really start to notice the sensations in their body. And what I found in my work as an acupuncturist as well as a somatic healer is that the majority of people that I've come across in terms of working with them, they don't feel safe in their bodies. And they, because their nervous system is not regulated, and trauma, etc., all the things. And so starting to cultivate an intimate relationship with our body is a big part of the work with microdosing, at least in my world. And not only feeling the sensations to cultivate a relationship, but also to regulate the nervous system, but also as a way to be in that place of being able to express and feel. Because what I have discovered with people who have depression, anxiety, which I was one of those people. I tried to commit suicide when I was 13, and was depressed for a couple of decades. It was pretty intense for a couple of decades. Is that suppressing our emotions causes depression. And it makes sense even with the word depress, right? Depress. I know Dr. Gabor Mate talks about this. I actually have an article I can share with you guys. I supported a licensed therapist who was also my friend in microdosing, and she's also a senior writer and editor at Psychotherapy Networker. And so there's an article she wrote about our process, and Gabor Mate is also part of that Psychedelic edition. They literally had an edition, a magazine specifically on psychedelics, which was very exciting. But Gabor Mate talks about that, about depression and depressing the emotions. So, just a side note, I supported a client who did not do any psychedelics with me. She did not microdose or anything. And I helped her with somatic healing and helping her to feel her feelings. And she was depressed for a long time and suicidal for a couple of years. And with our work together, in less than a couple of months, she was no longer depressed or suicidal. And so that to me confirmed what I already knew and had already experienced, but it was just such a clear, journey of like, wow, when somebody feels safe and has permission to feel and express and move the energy through their body, so many things can shift. And emotions are energetic by nature, and energy by nature needs to move. And so what happens, I see a lot, are people are subconsciously controlling their emotions, right? Because they feel, and this is based off of what I've researched and what people have shared with me, they feel afraid to feel them, right? They're afraid to lose control. They're afraid that they'll hurt themselves or they'll get stuck in the darkness. And from my experience, is the complete opposite. They actually feel more free, alive, joyful when they allow themselves to surrender to what is alive inside of them. So yeah, thank you for that. Oh, Jay said MAPS is already doing a study. I think that was regarding Sean's suggestion around that, capsules versus the plant. Like as if Asian philosophy is the origin of modern psychedelics, so we are circling back for further guidance because basically Eastern thought is the origin of how we envision psychedelics. Thank you. I love your concept of starting gentle and not starting with a big dose. Yeah, I think that's so powerful. Anybody else have anything they want to share or ask? I didn't get around to the meditation, that's okay. I love having this conversation. Will you share more on emotional alchemy? Absolutely. So with emotional alchemy, the beginning point from my experience is to feel safe to even feel. And so everybody starts at a different place, right? Everybody's nervous system is in a different place. Some people are more frozen. Some people are more in flight, some people are more in fight or more in fawn. And so it really is different for everybody. But the main thing is, from what I've experienced, is to befriend the body and start to learn the language of the body. So I teach about body wisdom. Just because from acupuncture, you know, working with patients, I just saw so often how the body was speaking, right? For example, I talked about anger alchemy a moment ago. I noticed first while working with patients in my acupuncture practice that there was a common thread of these women who were angry. Either they knew it or they didn't. You know, a lot of times they didn't. They would feel like, oh yeah, I get irritable, I get frustrated, but I'm not angry. They didn't want to identify as angry because they had a lot of good girl conditioning, quote unquote, right? And so, but the body would speak. And in Chinese medicine, every organ connects with a different emotion. And so the liver is anger. And so the liver's on the right side. And so I just started paying attention and seeing how, you know, patients would have like right-sided issues and, oh yeah. And I would start to ask questions, but lo and behold, there was something that they were really angry about that they had shut down their voice about or never really give themselves permission to feel. And as we, you know, I'd support them in feeling safe to feel it, right? Because like I said earlier, even when I was in therapy when I was younger, I didn't feel safe to feel angry at my parents because I loved them. But when I truly allowed myself to just feel it in a safe space, that opened up and released so much for me. So the safety is so important to be held and guided in a way that feels really supportive. And what I have found also is there's a difference between pain and suffering. This is how I teach it. Pain for me in my world is the raw emotions that are living in the body that want to move but have been maybe stifled somehow or shut down. And then the suffering is from, you know, being in the ego and, you know, really believing the lies that are in the mind and being able to discern between the two. And so when we talk about emotional alchemy, it's really, for me, about allowing myself to drop into my body so I can allow the pain to move. And a lot of times what I've noticed is that a lot of people will be very attached to the suffering because subconsciously they are afraid to feel the pain. That's what I have discovered. And so being able to drop in deeper to feel the real thing instead of being in a spin cycle up here has been a game changer for my clients. And so yeah, and then the next part, the last part I'll just share about this is the expression of it, right? It could be happening in silence and in stillness of the feeling. I find that though a lot of people have been very tense and tight. And so the opening and the expression of it is very healing. And like I mentioned, the voice, right? Like allowing the vibration and the sound to move, the things that were shut down as a child, giving permission for that to come out, to be felt and to be heard and to be expressed. So there's different ways that we can alchemize our emotions, but I think permission is definitely, safety and permission are definitely the foundations of it. And not just permission from another person, permission to ourselves, right? And creating that space to even feel, because I find with a lot of my clients, the first layer is creating space because they have created so much busyness in their life, and that can, create a lot of distraction for them from being with themselves on a deeper level. I hope that helps to answer your question. I know we have 5 minutes left. Does anybody else have anything they want to ask or share? This has been so awesome. I hope I can share a workshop that I'm facilitating next week, Leo. Let me know if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm not even sure our next moderator is here. I need to make sure that she has the new Zoom link. So yeah,
I'm
just
happy to keep going.
yeah, do your thing for a minute while we track her down.
Okay. You're welcome, Joanna. It's my pleasure. Anybody else have anything they want to share? Maybe your personal experience. If we can bring in, your stories, or I'm happy to share more of mine. Do you have other talks like this online? Are you talking to me, Ingrid, or okay. Yeah, I'm doing a workshop. I'm gonna put this link. It's for women only, so I apologize to any men, but I'm doing a free workshop next week. It's called Activate Your Authenticity. And I go deeper into my work. And so you're welcome to join. I know people have been asking me, and so I am considering at some point opening up my space for all genders. Right now, it's for non-binary and women. But yes, I do. I have been getting inquiries about that, so I am interested in seeing how I can accommodate men. Anybody else have a question or anything that they want to share? Do you see psychedelics as playing a revolutionary role in Asian culture? Wow. I mean, I just got chills reading that question. That's so powerful, Leo. Like, I never thought about that, but yes, I mean, I think so. A part of my work, I help women specifically at this point, again, tap into their voice, be visible, be in their power and their full expression. And so it's important for me as somebody that used to hide, right, with many layers of masks and different identities. It's been so important for me to come out and share my face. And that's why I was so excited to be invited to this experience, because I think it is important for Asian folks to, to share that they are doing this. And so the more that I put my face out there, my hope is to inspire other Asian people to open up to this kind of work. And yes, I think it absolutely can revolutionize for them. Is it only live, or will there be recordings? There will be recordings of my workshop, but you need to be in the Facebook group in order to see the replays. Maybe men need to work with one woman in a safe space. Yeah, perhaps. I'm always open to working with people, men, one-on-one. I've had a bunch of inquiries with men, but there's never been any kind of follow through. Actually, I was talking to my friend about this yesterday, and I thought that was interesting. So I don't know what that is. I am curious and open to discover, because I absolutely do want to support the men 100%. Deep gratitude for all that you have experienced and shared, Poe. Oh, thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. It's my pleasure.
I was just gonna say that, I have a niece who's half Chinese that's been raised primarily with white people, even though she's not adopted. And I have a half Chinese cousin who was adopted and raised by a white family that I've become reunited with. And then I have a half Japanese brother that was given up for adoption to a family that was Japanese American and Caucasian American, and who grew up thinking that he was the long lost child of Yoko Ono and John Lennon. And so I just think from my own family experiences, I feel like the Asian people in my family, like they all have individual issues that are not like one specific stereotype. And so each of them is so individual in their experiences. So I had just such deep gratitude for you. I don't want to get teary, but your work just seems so instrumental for all, for lots of Asian people. Um, thank you so much. Our moderator is here for the next hour, and I
Thank you so
apologize.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everybody. This has been such a pleasure. I really appreciate it, and I hope we can stay in touch somehow. All the best.
Yes, please put your information in the chat for people and how to reach you. And feel free to mention your website real quick if you haven't, if I missed that. But as far as the next moderator, we have Natasha Devi, who she's just we're so grateful to have her, and she's been part of the organizing of this event. And so take it away. It's your hour.
Thank you so much. It's taoofpo.com, TAOOFPO.com. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Poe.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, you can hear me? I think I'm unmuted now. So,
You're good to go.
yeah, okay, good. Thanks. Just give me like a confirmation. So anyways, hi, I'm Natasha. It's nice to be here with you guys today. I'm in Florida right now, visiting from Peru. I've been in Peru for 7 years now. I am of Indian descent. This is very nice to be a part of. So especially right now, I had my first trip to India a few months ago. Oh, I'm going to send it to you. Yeah. I forgot to send the link to my mom. Hold on one second. So hold on. She's going to join and look in from another part of the house. Yeah, so I had my first trip to India recently. It was a big deal because, for many reasons, it's like I was returning to the motherland. I wanted to connect back to my ancestors. I'm first generation born in this part of the world, and we are 5 generations away from India. And I was the first one in my father's side of the family to touch foot back in India after all this time. Sorry, not my father's family, my mother's side of the family. So it was a really big thing. Hold on one second. I really want to be here with you guys, and I want to send this link to my mom and not worry about sending it to her while I'm chatting. I don't know who joined, but I sent a link out to all my friends here in Florida. I plan on making more friends here in the States soon. And usually when I'm traveling here in the States, I go to Florida to share medicine, but I am going to Texas next week. It's a new link. That's why my mom couldn't get on. Hold on one sec. Well, let me tell you first also why I'm even on here, like with psychedelic medicine and all of this. I'm working with Cambo in Peru. I've been there for 7 years. We have an ayahuasca center down there. I work with native shamans there. For me, it's very important. When I started this journey with the medicines, I felt very grateful that I hadn't tried a whole bunch of stuff at first, because when I sat down with ayahuasca, I hadn't tried it anywhere else except where it was from. And that was a big deal for me. It felt very good to sit with it over there. I feel very blessed that the only ceremonies thus far that I've sat in was in a very traditional way. I would like to, and I'm opening myself up to this more, of trying the medicine elsewhere. But it's very important for me, the people who are serving the medicine, to have really taken time to learn the medicine and honor the traditions in which we were even became known of the medicines. So usually I have like a little anxiety and stuff when I do these video stuff. Yeah. So what I like is a little bit of rapé. Rapé usually grounds me and centers me. So I think that's a good idea. I don't even know why I'm so, maybe it's because I don't do these live things. Yeah, I usually make my video and then I, send it when I feel comfortable. So anyway, I'll just do some rapé with you guys and it'll be much better. This is one medicine that I love from Peru. Well, really from Brazil, but we use a lot of it in Peru also. The ones that I have are from Brazil. Ooh. This one I was given by a friend when I first got to Florida. Thank you, Jared, who is with Katukina, that sells medicine from one place. I believe it's in Ecuador. But here we go. Rapé is a shamanic snuff, as some people say. This is plant powder. These are different plants. This one that I have is called Vapage. It has different plants inside tobacco. It means, well, I was told that it meant old shaman. Then I was corrected that it's vein of the shaman. Whatever it is, it's very beautiful and I like it. I will get up soon to get tissue too. Anyways, I think with all of these, it's good to have prayer. You put intention. Yeah, better. So I was telling you guys about how I've been down there for some time, and I'm grateful for how I sat with it. I've been on this journey with ayahuasca for some years now, about 7, a little time on and off, Rambo all the time. Ayahuasca is so beautiful. What I'm on right now is plant diets. I've sat with I work with indigenous Shipibo shamans. They are in the Amazon in Peru. They're the only ones, indigenous tribe that I've sat with there. And then native Peruvians. It's so, it's such something to think about when you think about indigenous and where people are from. All these people from the area I'm living in, their families are from this area, or they've come from different parts of jungle, usually in Ecuador and Brazil, and they've come here. And when you go back, their grandparents or whomever knew different languages, they knew a different language, their native language, but it has become lost. And now when you ask a lot of people, they don't know. They just say they are from this area. There are so much indigenous peoples out there that we've, with all the colonization and all the things we have forgotten. And so this is where I was getting at for my big trip to India, was finding this again for me. And so I'm wearing all my Indian stuff. I would have normally worn my Shipibo stuff, but I feel now I wear my Indian stuff. So the back here is a beautiful Shipibo painting of Cambo. This is from Rosita and her family. Anyways, so let me just say, when I was making this trip to India, I was overwhelmed with emotion. Can you hear it? Really? You can hear me? Yeah. How come? So you don't hear me, but you can hear me from here anyway. So anyway, so I'll tell you then too, since you're here. Maybe it's for a reason, yeah. My mom's here sitting in front of me, so I'm going, no, I want to tell you the story. I didn't actually really tell you this. So I was overwhelmed with emotion when I was going to India because I was thinking my ancestors, what they must have what they didn't realize they were going to lose by leaving. So much of the culture has gone. Like I said, I'm 5th generation from over there. I did not grow up in, I grew up with some of the culture, but oh, it was so different when I went over there. I didn't realize how rich it was everywhere. It was, you could taste it. It was just prayers everywhere. It was so beautiful for everything. So anyways, I was overwhelmed with emotion thinking what they must have lost. I mean, when I say lost, when they got to Guyana, we don't know their names, or where they are from in India. So when I went there, this is based off a DNA report. So I'm from Canada, but my blood's 100% Indian, So I go over there to the areas where they must have been from. I went to where at least 2, because my mom said we're like cook up rice, or somebody, did you say cook up rice, or Auntie Nana said cook? Yeah. So we're a little bit from everywhere. I'm like 25%, 25%, 50%, So anyways, so I go to these 2 areas. I go to an ashram to start. Beautiful to start there. I'm so grateful that I grounded myself there first. It was a big thing. Now, for those of you that don't know rapé, it will clear out your sinus like this. And so anyway, I grounded myself there. And then I had an experience after that. No, then I went to the beach. I went to, I'm from Florida. Yeah, I grew up in Florida. I have to go to water. I went to the beach. I was so grateful. I went to the Arabian Sea. Somebody reminded me it's all just one big ocean, just different names everywhere. I said, yeah, okay. But I was over there. It was beautiful. I got to dance reggae there. It was something to dance. It's just wow. And when I was there, it's like I was dancing for the people. My people is how it felt. And that's even a bigger thing to think about, because it's really just the time that they spent so much time there. Yeah. So anyways, and then I had this experience. I went on the train, and when I fell asleep on the train. And when I woke up to a man groping me on the train. And that was a hard experience for me. That was the first time something like that had happened to me. And so many people came to help me in that moment as well. It was very beautiful. It was an Indian man that groped me, but it was Indian men that helped me. There was a woman that came, and she told me her story and how she had been groped, I believe the week before, and that we are women. We must be strong. Don't cry. Oh my God. And I really cried then. Then I really cried, as I was thinking, wow. This will just continue if it has to be suppressed. Yeah. Or how sad, like just know. And I just cried and I cried and I was crying, and I had this intention to cry, and then I hoped all the men on the train could see me crying and they would know this is the truth. And I cried like this, and then I left. Yeah. I remember I messaged the girls that I met in the ashram, and they had already warned me right before I left. I got a very good warning about how this happens. So in a way, I was a little prepared for it to happen. But yeah. And I remember I messaged one of my very good friends, Shabani, who is from India. And so I messaged her, and she reminds me, or reminds me. It's such a big energy. It's the land of contradiction. People go there or people are there to meet the God, to be with the goddess, to honor the goddess, Kali. Kali is always with me, is how I feel. But all of this, but then to treat women this way. This is a country where I did have to cover myself. I felt to. I was told to as well. And it was just my arm. Yeah. But it is this way. And so then I remember, so she's telling me this, and I talk to my mom, then I talk to my aunt, and she tells me, well, you wanted to go and you wanted to experience what it was like for your ancestors. You wanted to experience how it must have been for a woman. You are experiencing all of it. Yeah. And it's true. The fact is, it's true. And then I really sat with that night. Wow. That day I went to an Indigenous museum and I really sat with all of those things. And what I come to realize was, yeah, I was so grateful that it wasn't anything worse. And I am, when I say was, I mean I am. But in the moment I say I was. So I was thinking of all of, if this all happened, this has been my saving grace through many moments, is if it's all for reason, then how can I be upset? Yeah. If it's all for reason, then what do I learn from it? I cannot be upset. I have to find the good. There's good in all of it if you really look. Yeah. And in that moment, I found this grace of when I look at when my ancestors left, it was my grandmothers. Both of them had left first. They were in Guyana longer than my grandfather's side. And in my mind, I said, maybe the women, they really looked at it as an opportunity to, because of how it must have been even worse then, okay? Just call it what it is. How maybe they were looking, or they thought there would be better opportunity in this way for the women in the line. Yeah, because I was so grateful that I didn't grow up with feeling this way or feeling like I couldn't express myself more, or, the things. So I found, I became more grateful for the journey of them going to a different place, and maybe us forgetting things, but it's not gone forever. Yeah, I can find again. Yeah, I will. There's like records that I have to go to Guyana and like look up, but I will do it. They're boat records. But yeah, this was my trip to India, and it was a very big thing. And so thank you so much for inviting me on here. Lenora is how I always say your name. But my mom, I was thinking about that today, your name, and my mom is from a village, Lenara, you would say. Yeah, anyway. So now I'm here. So let me tell you more about what I'm doing. So I ended up in Peru. Before I went to Peru, I was in law. I did law school in Florida, and then I went to New York, became an attorney there. Okay. I was thinking, what am I going to talk about right now? I guess I'm going to just yap a lot about my experience and how I got here. And please just ask me any questions on the way. I hope whatever it is that I share will help whoever is listening. If you're been in a similar thing, or you just don't have a way to voice it sometimes, it's good to share. I always say sharing is caring. So anyways, I ended up in New York and I became very depressed over there. The energy was so strong, yeah. And it was like this really strong money mentality and just go, 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 chase, 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 get, more. And there was other things in the life that weren't good, but this really, it was just not a good feeling. Somebody asked me how was India, and I described it like it's that intense energy, like when you go to New York, but it doesn't feel like a thing you need to clean off of you after. So you want to go. It pulls you in more. There's more. It feels so much more over there. Anyway, so this is the city of New York, anyways. So I got really depressed, needed to do something. I had a cousin who had sat with ayahuasca before. And when I was in law school, he came to visit me and he told me all about his experience. And I'll never forget the look that he had in his eye. Something had changed. And in that moment when I was very depressed, I remember I called my mom when I came out of the courtroom. That day was so bad. I was in the courtroom and I just was overwhelmed with emotion. I started crying. I ran to the bathroom to wipe my tears and settle myself so I could go back in. And then when I was done, I came out and I called my mom and I was like, I can't do this anymore. I gotta change something. I gotta shift something. And my mom was like, no, it's okay. It'll be okay. You'll get a new job or a new place to live or something. And I was just thinking, no, it's deeper than that. I gotta really fix this. Um, so my cousin popped into my mind and I was thinking ayahuasca. And yeah, it was in my head. Now all of a sudden that day I remember I saw a Peruvian restaurant that I'd never seen before that's right, like on the way. Um, and then I um and then I was online seeing stuff about ayahuasca and I decided, okay, um, I started looking up retreats and I found one called Gayatri. I went to this one. It was very nice. Um, I tell people now that I'm hosting ayahuasca retreats, I always give advice based on my experience. And when I was there, the first 3 ceremonies, nothing really happened for me. It's like my body just wanted to clean. I did a lot of purging. And then on my 4th ceremony before it, I sat with Kambo. And wow, it was uh, very strong clean. The reason that I wanted Kambo is I remember reading about it, and it said that it was a good way to detox the body, and you detox the body, and it would increase your fight or flight response. And I said, okay, sounds like a great thing. I sat with this medicine. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, I don't know, but I went and I had beautiful visions. I was with my father and my grandmother. I was walking behind them in the jungle. There was a beautiful waterfall in front of us. And I just remember being there and I felt like I was walking and walking. Felt like I was there for a long time and I didn't want to leave. Wow, it was so nice to be in their presence again. And then all of a sudden I came to and I was soaking wet and they had poured water on me. Apparently, I had passed out 4 times with Cambo. They had put water. Wow, it was very strong. Uh, my eyes were rolled. I was moving like a snake, they said. Yeah, a lot of things happened. That night, I had my 4th Aya ceremony and I saw my, okay, anyways, I don't know if it's really working, but yeah, that night I saw all these people who had died. It was all my father, my grandmother. They first came, and it wasn't that I saw their image that in front of me. It said I felt their presence, and when we spoke, it wasn't with words, and I couldn't hear their voice, but we understood each other. It was very beautiful. Uh, I had conversation with both of them, and then a friend who had passed away, she came to let me know she was okay. Then my other my other people came, and at the very end, one of my grandfathers came, and he sat down in front of me and he said, "Oh, it's so nice to see you again." Yeah, it was beautiful 4th ceremony. Um, and now I've been there for some time, and I really got attached to Kambo. I've seen what Kambo can do. It's a very beautiful medicine. Um, Perhaps I'm so drawn to because of my roots that I am. This is natural medicine. My roots, all of our roots, to this sacred Mother Earth. I'm very grateful for this medicine. I've seen it's how great it is, especially for people who have had stroke. Uh, it will give them another chance of movement again. But yeah, I'm going to look at what these questions are. And then oh, do I believe in aliens? Well, yes, Now, for sure, I live in Peru. There's too much that I haven't seen an alien myself. I don't know if I have, but I've definitely seen other things. Um, I once, oh, well, I'll tell. I once sat with mushrooms with a pundit here in Florida, and when we did, we sat outside and this big halo around the moon was there, and we both saw it. It was very beautiful, and it came down, and I don't know whatever it is that we received that day or when I was sitting there, but it was something, wow, just when these kind of things happen, how they say you download or when you are receiving. For me, the muscles in my face can't stop moving, like it's a twitch or something. Physically, the energy is inside me. When I'm with ayahuasca, the same thing. It feels uh, this very strong energy. This is one reason I like to do these diets. So the Shipibo people that I've been working with, in their tradition, ayahuasca is wow. I mean, it's a very beautiful medicine. Now it's become a very popular medicine. Uh, and they say you get a lot of work done with ayahuasca, but if you really want to do this deep work for yourself, you know, I think a lot of people have this other link, but it's fine. I'm gonna just send it to this person. But yeah, no, where am I? Yeah, so they do diets. So the diets, I think I heard somebody speaking about diets before. So let me just tell you the tradition over there. There's different traditions everywhere, right? The tradition in Amazon with Shipibo elders is they believe all the plants are teachers. Yes. There are talks of master diets and these things, but really it's the time you dedicate to the plants and what makes it a master diet. Yeah. You can diet a smaller plant and for a longer time, this is going to become like master diet for you. You need to dedicate time. It can't be something that is for a few days. You should at least a week, 10 days. I mean, ideally at least a month. Yeah. So when you sit with that in diet, there will be one plant that you are sitting with, not more than one. It's usually just one plant. Sometimes they will add different plants later on, but you always start with one plant. This is your teacher during the diet. The shaman is helping to facilitate this. We would open with ayahuasca ceremony. In a way, this is to ask permission to the plant to sit with it during diet. And then during diet, there is no speaking to other people. There is no books. There's no music. You can not intake anything. You can output. You can write. You can make music. You can play. But you're not going to engage. You're not going to touch anyone. You're not even going to have bad thoughts. You must stay positive if you want to receive. Yeah, it's very important. Traditionally, they would not have any ceremonies during the diet. They would have it one to close. But tourism and all the things and expectations, now they will give ayahuasca ceremonies. And also because a lot of us as Westerners are not used to doing dieta in this way or to be this strict, and it may be hard to keep focused sometimes. So the ceremonies that are in between will help you to reconnect if this is what's going on. And then messages will come. You're in meditation. Messages will come. Is it from the plant, your higher self, God? It's coming through though while you're sitting with this plant. So messages will come. The more you do, the more you know, the more you learn, the more you understand yourself, the more you understand Mother Earth. the more, I don't know if you want to say understand or you're connected, you feel it all a little bit more. There's a saying, what do you know if you learn every day? Be careful the things what you say. So really, experience with Bufo. I had beautiful, beautiful experience with Bufo. I think with Bufo, I've tried it twice. I have had one experience where I was very unsure of the person I was going to sit with that medicine with. And the second one, I absolutely wanted to. So the first one, I don't know if it was already in my mind, but it wasn't a terrible experience, but there were things that happened that I now know that I could avoid. The second one, wow, when I sat with it, they say ayahuasca is you're meeting with your higher self. And they say Bufo is your meeting with God. I don't know. But it was beautiful, and definitely I did feel this. And I sat with it outside one day here in Florida. There's a man who shares medicine in Tampa who goes to Mexico and connects with the elders there, collects his own medicine. Anyways, I sat with him in Tampa. And when I did, we sat outside. I remember they put this white paint here, and they said, if you feel yourself coming down in a way, the white will remind you to look up to the sky again. Wow, and maybe just saying it did help me. And I went. When I went, wow, I remember looking into the sky and seeing the clouds, and everything started to come and wave together. The clouds and the trees, the wind. I could feel it. How it was divine. It was so beautiful. I could feel this good energy all around me. And then in one moment, I looked to, there was 2 people surfing that day. And I looked to the girl and I said, I need you to say prayers for my kids. And I looked to him and I said, please smoke mapacho. And then something happened and I went into full tali. I was like, and it was the first time that I really went. Yeah, I've been in position before, but this was different. And I was this purge, it felt. And it felt like so much was coming, and it didn't feel like it was all mine, but whatever it was time to come. Yeah. Yeah. And then in the next moment, I could feel my kids in the ground in front of me. And I just rubbed my hand through the earth and gave lots of thanks and sent lots of love. And yeah, it was beautiful. Bufo was a beautiful, beautiful medicine. I respect it a lot. There are people who work with Bufo and Cambo together. I've tried hosting a ceremony with it, but what I feel is it should definitely be on separate days. They're so big. Yeah. And to really sit with Cambo, you need time and space for your body to cleanse and heal itself. And Bufo is very beautiful just on its own without having to throw up in the middle of it. Yeah. Yeah, sure. I think there is. Hey, Lori. Yeah, I think, yeah, for sure there are psychedelics and aliens. I mean, I think that's like a huge topic, right? Mushrooms and aliens and all this. And who knows? I think like with psychedelics, really what it is a lot of people talk about hallucinations and this and that. And I don't know, when you talk to a lot of the indigenous people that work with these medicines, they would not say that it's a hallucinogen. They would not say you're having this kind of, it's not that, it's not psychedelic, it's not a hallucinogen. It's you being able to enter spirit world, or maybe we're able to access a different part of our brain that we're not able to without substances. And they're all here for a reason. It's so beautiful. These medicines are all over the world. And why? They're natural from the earth. They're divine medicines. Uh, to be respected that way and remembered that way. Um, yeah. Anyways, let me see. Oh, I don't know anything about Vatican. That's the truth. I haven't checked out any. Look, I don't know anything that's going on. All I heard about is this like Diddy Cassie thing. It's messed up, bro. But you know, it's everyone. That's in a lot of places, and who knows why it's so big right now. But I don't know. Are we in a simulation? What I've felt in my experiences is we're in this game, this beautiful game. I could feel this Leela, this game they call it. It feels like that. And when I'm in there, especially with Boof, I feel it even stronger. But I've gotten the message in others, but we're in this. And like, how can you be upset about that? It's a big game. And then it's like, I always get this toward the end of whatever my experience is. And it's like, okay, now you're going back. And I'm like, no, I don't want to. Nope, you're going back. You're going to forget a little. It's going to be okay. We'll see you again next time. Something like that. So yeah. I don't know if any of you have tried. I'm going to talk about Cambo because this is what I work with. People ask me if I serve other medicines or if I want to serve other medicines, or some people have said, well, you're from India. Your hair, your blood is from India. Don't you want to serve anything from over there? And it's not something like this. Yeah, I don't feel it's something like this. You should feel called, really. It shouldn't just be because it's out there and why not, feel it. Oh, you'll do way better if you're really in touch with that and you're feeling the call to share it. I love Cambo. I think I love it so much because, like I said, what I've seen it can do for other people. I also share it because wow, it's something. It's like, it also feels like when I share with people, they're connecting even more to the earth. They're taking this medicine that is from it. So now it's running through you. She's running through you again. It feels like something like this. It's just a very beautiful thing. I don't know if any of you have. Oh, wait. I think, yeah, of course. Why would dream work not be a part of it? I don't know a lot about this, but yes, I think that is part. If you're talking about like when your dreams, yeah, when things are coming to you, these are divine messages too. You're getting messages while you are in your most relaxed state, of course. I mean, in dietas, you pay attention to your dreams because a lot of messages will come. A lot of the plans work through your dreams, like tobacco. Dietas that I've done. I've sat with mapacho, with tobacco. Wow, very strong. I like it. I like it and I don't like it. It's like you're drinking a tobacco tea. It's very strong. When somebody gives me a good one, a good dieta with tobacco, I take it for different reasons. You use for protection, you use to cleanse, and for, I guess you want to say, spiritual strength. I guess this is a good word. I don't know. But anyways, I've sat with it now, and when you have a good one, you drink this thing, and you should drink a lot of water and purge. And man, do you purge? And then you just drag yourself to wherever you got to go. That's how I feel. I have no energy. It is depleted, and I just want to sleep. And usually, with that first sleep, it will be the most intense dreams ever again. You know, yeah. So there's tobacco. I just recently dieted Ioma. Something told me diet Ioma. It's for protection. I wanted this before I left Peru last time, and I sat with it on my birthday. It was very nice. I did these two really nice love plants called Wayusa and Marusa. And selfishly, I asked one of my very good friends, Christy, to come and join me for a diet when I did this love plan. I felt like just her being around something would open up. And during ceremony, I began singing. And it was my first time that I sang in a ceremony. And I sang Gayatri Mantra. It was the only thing that I could sing. That moment, I just felt I had to. And I tried to resist it, but it was like my body was fighting. And I remember I turned to my shaman. I asked him if I could sing. He said, yes, finally. And so that I did. And since then, I've been training with the shamans. I've been doing my diets with more focus. And one day I will share, but I should do this work first. I really should. This is something I don't take it lightly. And you hold ceremony with ayahuasca, it's a big responsibility. It's a big medicine. You're sitting with people when they are going into spirit world. You are going into it yourself. And I think there's a very big importance on doing the work before you take the responsibility. It's like you wouldn't go to somebody that's going to cut you open and operate on you if they didn't go to med school. You know, it's like that kind of idea. Like, if you're going to go, let somebody have taken the time to really learn. And I think you got to feel called and also put the work in. Some people say, you know, well, I must have been a shaman in my last life, so I know what to do already. And maybe, but I still think there's work to be done in this life. We can't forget this life. This life is important too. That's why we're here. Let's remember again what it is that we were doing. Maybe it'll be even stronger this time. Who knows? But take the time and do it. So one day I will, not right now. Whenever I do, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I want it to be good. I want it to be my best work that I put forward. So I should really put that work in now. Oh, Lord, thank you, friend. Yeah. Some of Lori asked about using sacred earth medicines to treat physical illness. Yes, that's what they're here for. Amongst the many other things, we don't have to suffer. There's so much out there. We may not know it all, but man, what I've been learning by going to different places, everywhere has their own encyclopedia. And there's just so much. There's just so much. There's no way you're going to tell me there's not a cure for this, this, and this, and this, and this, and this. And I've been living in the Amazon and I've seen it, all of them. I've seen it. So there's lots of beautiful things out there. I think there is, I hope the medicines get here for everybody. I hope if it's to be done in a ceremonial way that people will be able to go and do it, or that the opportunity presents itself here. I think it's important to, even though it may be just for the physical. I don't know, is it just for the physical? I mean, it's all connected, right? Your physical, your spiritual. A lot of times when you're going through physical things, it's because you have a lot of stress or a lot of whatever that's going on in the emotional, the mental. We have to like do this a round thing. We have to do a whole thing. Can't just be one or the other. But anyways, to answer yes, I think sacred earth medicines definitely should be used to treat physical illness. In fact, I remember there was a girl who came down that had MS, and the ayahuasca is what helped her. Sitting with ayahuasca helped her symptoms. Yeah. Anytime she would be with ceremony, or in this time, she was, the symptoms were not present. Yeah. What did you say? I'm reading. Okay. A parasite. Yeah. So, okay. This is like a big thing. It's already come up while I've been here in the States about parasites. It's a real thing. Yeah. Everybody's got them. I find it real interesting here in the States. They don't have parasite medication over the counter. And even when I went to ask for it, the pharmacist was like, and this was in like a Walgreens or something, looked at me like I had 3 heads. Um, I mean, why not? We should be cleansing ourselves, right? A lot of the issues, health issues, start in the gut. It's probably parasites. So why don't we clean the parasites? In Peru, you can go and get stuff over the counter all the time, really easy. I've given the kids. Now you can use, there's papaya seeds, black papaya seeds, they say are very, very good for parasites. There's also this thing called ohe from the Amazon. It's this white liquid that people use there, and they drink and they go, and you just see everything come out. Um, Everybody who has brought it though from Amazon to Florida, and when I've brought it and given it to people, it doesn't work. I don't know if it's what's changing in the chemistry of this thing when it gets flown over here, but it doesn't work for people when it gets sent here. That's just the truth. So over there, I see it working for everybody, and I don't know why it doesn't work here. But yeah, yeah, that's about that. But people should get rid of the parasites. I mean, I'm sure this is like just uh, uh, I mean, it's so common there. They, for the kids in school, the kids should do a parasite cleanse before they start school. They tell the parents, you know. Anyway, can you put Sananga in an open wound to clean it? You could. It has the antibacterial properties and everything, but really, dragon's blood would be much better. It's much better for an open wound. Sananga. So let me tell you about Sananga. Sananga is an eye drops from the Amazon. Its scientific name is Tabernamontana undulata. I remember that. It's the roots of one tree. You take the roots and you squeeze it, and this liquid comes out, and this is Sananga. There are people who sell light Sananga, medium Sananga, strong Sananga. That's most likely because you're adding water, because Sananga is Sananga. If you add water, it'll be more light. Anyways, so it's good for the eyes. It cleanses. If you have cataracts, glaucoma, um, things like astigmatism, nearsighted, farsighted. I mean, it helps to correct vision. It will clean the cataracts from your eye. Is very, very good. I know people who have relatives that are blind, that they have tried it on their relatives, and this is more than one person, at least 4 people that I can think of, and some vision came back. Not very clear, but some vision came back. Okay. It's very good. You can also use it to clean the sinus. I use it for cleaning the sinus. I love it for this. It's very, very good. Better than Rapé for me. If you get migraines, it's really good for somebody who gets reoccurring migraines. So yeah. And you asked if you could put it on an open wound. I mean, you could, but like I said, I think it'd be better for use dragon's blood for this. And to inhale it in the nose, nah, I don't think so. It really works through the sinus cavity this way. I don't know. I don't want to say yes or no really, because I've never tried them, but I've never heard anybody say this way. I just know this. So there's like lots of regarding Cambo. Cambo has a lot of peptides in it. This is why Cambo is so good for many things. It's good for arthritis. It's good for diabetes. It's good for people who had stroke. It's good for regulating blood pressure. It's good for so many things. And the reason, and really good for cleaning out the intestines. You will poop. You will poop. You will sweat. You will throw bile. You will clean. Cambo is one of this medicine. You take it and it's all going to come out. That's why I love Cambo. It's not about covering it up and hoping it goes away. No, it's going to come out. People who had tumor, they feel the tumor getting hot and it's going, Cambo is working on you. When you have pain in the body, it goes to this area. It's a beautiful medicine. Very little of it that you need. I brought my stick. I'm going to show you it. people are confused, I think, about what Cambo is. Cambo is a frog. It is not a stick of medicine. Cambo is a frog. When we collect the medicine, we put it on a stick, and this is the secretion. You can't really see it. But anyway, we put it on a stick, and we use this. You make a shallow burn. Maybe you can see, I don't know. You take off the first layer, you put this medicine mixed with saliva. That is Matses tradition. Brazilian tradition is you put it with water. I personally, when I serve it, do it with saliva. I think it's stronger and I don't waste medicine. I utilize it a lot better for me. So you put it on, and within 10, 20 seconds with a good Cambo, meaning pure Cambo, you should feel 10, 20 seconds heat in the body, or something usually goes to the head. You feel it's something scanning you. That's how a lot of people describe it. It's like something, it's like moving, doesn't know where to go. You'll feel it go to your gut. This is also how some people work with Cambo and meridian lines. So this will also have to do with point placement. But usually you feel it in the gut, and you purge. You're gonna, like I said, you'll throw up. When you're throwing up, the goal is, I would hope, is to throw up bile. If you don't, it's okay, it'll come out later. But you will throw bile most likely. This neon yellow color, if it's a healthy bile. Cloudier, darker, not so healthy. Probably should do it again and clean. I tell people when you clean the bile, it's like you're getting an oil change in your body. Your body will produce a new one and collect more toxins. So you do a few of these Cambo, and it's like you do a full detox. Very, very good, especially if you have any health issues. Yeah, and then you want to poop, and then it's great. Then you're going to go to the bathroom and you're going to poop and have your bucket. And I hope you poop and throw up at the same time, because that's a great feeling. And then you feel great. You'll feel heavy maybe, and then you take a shower and you feel good. 20 minutes about. This is like a rough estimate. You feel great after. Cambo's good, good, good medicine. And it's because it has a lot of peptides in there. They've done studies on Cambo, and they found at least 21 peptides. There are reports of a lot more. There are many peptides in Cambo. It works on, so it's working on you on a cellular level. Very good. And people are doing studies now. I don't know. It's like this double-edged sword. You know, it's really great. I'm glad that studies are getting done, because a lot of people want to see, and I hope the medicine reaches people. I just don't want the frogs to get harmed and then be over milked, because it's already happening. There's become a great big business in all of the plant medicine, natural medicine. It's a big thing. It's, you know, it's great that it's getting to a lot of people. I just hope it doesn't lose. I don't know. I just hope we got to pray that we have to do when we're working with it, we got to work with it the best we can, all of us, and then it'll be okay, you know. But really, we should honor it, not overdo it, respect where it comes from. If you're sharing it, go and touch it first and see where it's coming from. That's important. We do better, and better things will come. What else? So let's see. Who's that? I'm reading. Yeah, I should just bring like a lot of worm medicine next time I come, because I'm telling you, that probably would like do so much good. That's one thing Cambo doesn't do, is clean the worms out. It does not. You got to do something else for that. Those worms, man, they're strong. Maybe it's making them stronger, who knows? Yeah. So, wow, I was like nervous when I got on here at first, and I don't know why, because it's been great just chatting with you guys. So I'll just tell you, throw little things in there until you get whoever's coming on next. I host ayahuasca retreats and plant medicine diets in Peru. I am now in Florida. I'm sharing medicine here, Cambo. I love Cambo. I'm in Florida sharing. I'll be in Texas next week, in North Carolina in a few weeks. And I hope to make my way back to Canada where I was born and just walk around there. It's been a long time. And I wish good things for all of you. It's beautiful that you all came here. Very nice that there are programs like this or community things like this where we can get together and just connect and see each other. This event of Asians and psychedelics, like I was listening to some, and when is the different generations when we start to lose that connection, but there's really that remembrance inside of where it all was from before. So I hope for everybody that we sit with ourselves more and remember and tread a good path for those that are coming after us too. Yeah. Love you. Yeah, if I was to tell you like all the things, there's lots of things. There's a big, lots of, somebody has asked me, you sit with all this medicine and uh, so you must be like everything just must be great, I don't know how they said it, but, and I said, listen, life always is happening. Life continues to happen. What plant medicine has done for me, it has given me tools, and I feel I'm in a much better place that when certain life happenings are happening, I am much better equipped to deal with them. I feel very centered in myself. I feel very connected to the things, and I'm more forgiving with myself when I'm still not in the way. I try. And I think it's important that what we learn, you can do 100, 200, a gazillion plant ceremonies. It means nothing if you don't integrate what you learn into your everyday life. It's very important that we take time and the things that we are learning, that we are embodying. We don't just talk about it, we do it too. And it's not easy work. Sometimes it's easier to just, uh, you're the only one that's going to judge yourself at the end of the day. So be happy with whatever it is you're doing. Don't worry about what everybody else is saying. It's you at the end of the day that is looking at what you are doing. So, and through that is all God, yes, of course, but we must hold ourselves accountable in the process. And yes, I hope that when we are sitting with these medicines, we really sit with them with respect to where they come from and remember that it's all still within us. Let's just embody it all because it's already all there, right? Anyway, yeah, peace and love, guys. I love you too. I don't know who that, but I love you too. And this is all my Indian stuff. Y'all I like the embroidery because it reminds me of Shipibo's, all their embroidery as well.
So I've been going down the Terrence Howard rabbit hole on frequency and the aligning of like the periodic table. Not sure if you've checked out any of that, but as I've gone down the frequency rabbit hole, I've been looking at these things that talk about linen and different cloths and the energetic frequency of different cloths. And when I was in India, the last time I was there, I had gone and gotten some really nice pieces that were very, very nice and very like linen and just nice fabrics. And I just remember energetically feeling so much better. And so I think what they're saying is that some fabric like resonates at different frequency. And you see like a lot of Indian people do wear like these linen. So anyway, it's interesting to me that you keep talking about these beautiful, clothing that you've gotten and it just has like a high vibration, I think.
It's true. Yeah, I think the natural fabrics definitely would give more. I mean, I remember hearing that. I didn't know it was Terrence Howard that said it. But yeah.
So we have 5 minutes, and I don't mind sharing. I was really affected by your talk because I've never met you, but I've seen you for years on Facebook. So for me, you've always been just like, just one of those people that you're like is like a personality, like you think that they might be one way or something. And I sort of fell in love with like your, mom being in the picture, and I was like, oh, is her mom gonna join? And I just love the intergenerational stuff. And I was like, for me, it's so cool that your mom's supporting you. And when I think about, I lived in India as a kid, and when I think about the pressure in Indian families, this is maybe just a stereotype, but that there's, the academic pressure and that kind of thing. And to see your mother clearly, I don't want to get emotional, but just seems like your mom supports you, and that you've journeyed into this other like less academic realm, but I think it's a reclaiming of things that are valid and like intuitive intelligence and things like that. And
I appreciate you saying that's so beautiful. Yeah. And so everyone knows me and my mother have grown to this place. Yes, we have grown to this place. It wasn't this way all the time, as you can imagine, the shock that must have been there when the first person from the first, Indian family where somebody became attorney decided to leave it and go back, now go to jungle. It was a big thing. We've grown from this though. Um, and I think all the different things that have happened. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, did anyone else have any thoughts on like how they reacted to the last talk? Because that was, I mean, I felt very moved by that, and I just wanted to share that.
I can say something.
Yeah, go ahead, jump in.
Sure. I want to just really say I've resonated so much with what Natasha was sharing, and I want to thank you. I understand that you're a big reason why this event was organized, as also South Asian descent, and kind of moving through that process of finding relationship with our elders in taking what seems like steps that are out of sync with what their expectations are, but really are a return to our ancestral roots. And my father is 80 years old now, and at this point, he's incredibly supportive of me working in psychedelic work. He's my greatest supporter. And my brother-in-law is also a psychiatrist. He participated in research on psilocybin. He's been working for about like 13, 14 years. Um, and so he's got two kids in the family who have walked this path. And I can say that I think this is lineage wise, is that colonization may have changed the expectations of what was good work for the children. But the thing that I've noticed within our families is that the commitment to family and to children, and the willingness to stay through trials and difficult times. And of course, it's not a generalization, but I've seen that with within my family and within my extended family, is that the bonds tend to stay even as we step away from the expectations of our elders, and that we often return to a place of respect.
Thank you for that share. And I'm not sure if our next moderator is here, or we can just take another moment to pause and reflect on the hour that we just completed. So, if you see her, go ahead and let her in. So Yeah, I'm just feeling very contemplative after the last moderator. It just, for me, it makes me want to do combo. So anyway, it looks like Neha is here. Great. I'll introduce her and then I might take a little bit, like a 10-minute break, and then hopefully some of our co-hosts can help. Welcome, Neha. The hour is yours. I'm just gonna make you the co-moderator or co-host. Thank you, Lori. So
Yeah, thanks again.
thank you, Natasha. And Neha, I'm gonna make you the co-host, so you should be able to present or anything you would like to do. Welcome.
Thanks, Leah.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Neha, and yeah, thank you for waiting for me. I had some problems with my internet, but it looks like that's all solved right now. All right. Give me 1 second. All right. Well, hi, everyone. I wanted to be here and share my story. Um, and especially around being Indian American in like this psychedelic movement for sure. Oh, sorry. I think, apologies, my internet's a little weird. Can everyone hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you
Okay,
just fine.
awesome.
Yes.
All right, awesome. But yeah, essentially what I wanted to share was kind of like my journey into how I got into psychedelics, especially psilocybin and ayahuasca. So for me, I grew up Indian American, and like many people within the community, I was raised by tiger parents. So just a lot of vivid memories of people, a lot of vivid memories, I guess, of just my parents sort of, kind of criticizing me, feeling like I was very inadequate, feeling like I wasn't smart enough, that I just wasn't kind of the ideal kid that I know that they wanted. And so what I kind of learned, even though I was too maybe angry to kind of like realize that as a teenager, especially, was that, essentially my parents were ultimately projecting their own sort of feelings of inadequacy on me, because I wasn't kind of that ideal child that they really desperately wanted me to be. And something kind of about like the culture as well is that it's with the culture basically, you, if you're someone who's perceived to have higher status in some sort of way, or if you carry yourself in some sort of prestige, you tend to be treated a lot better than everyone else. There's a lot of power distance in the culture for sure. And because of that, because we all are humans and we want to feel accepted by the people around us at the end of the day, um, it basically turns into this like transaction. And so you kind of have a bunch of people in the community sort of competing for that top spot, to basically get that sort of acceptance or to get that sort of self-esteem boost. And it just kind of makes you sort of think in everything in a very transactional way. I know that's how my parents were brought up. That's how their friends were brought up as well. And that's how I sort of started to believe as well, especially when I was growing up. So I know I kind of grew up from a place where I genuinely believed that if I wasn't accomplished in some sort of way, that I wouldn't really be worth anything to anyone. That's just everything that described my entire sort of self worth. And so I kind of felt like I was like actively trying to justify my reason to exist, even if I wasn't consciously thinking about it in that way. And so what I would say is like, for all of that, I've been in therapy for years for sure, but I feel like it didn't really sink in until I tried both psilocybin and ayahuasca, because I guess they both sort of brought this like really deep sense of empathy upon me. And it kind of reinforced that, all humans have inherent value, including me. And that was something I kind of knew, but it didn't really sink in until I really tried both of these things. And I kind of also just made peace with the fact that, you know, even though I was very angry at my parents, and we definitely don't have a good relationship right now, it still made me feel like, you know, they actually did do the best that they could. And even though maybe their definition of best doesn't really match with maybe what my definition would be, it was still ultimately their best. Um, and I can kind of understand like where they were coming from for sure. And so I would just say, like with both of these substances, if anyone's kind of out there feeling like, you know, these feelings of inadequacy or feeling like, I don't know, at least for me, I was like very angry as a teenager and just kind of growing up in general, just because that was sort of the dysfunction that was in my household, just a lot of people sort of yelling at each other all the time. It kind of showed me that, like, deep down, I think we all have the capacity to achieve that peace and to really be we want to be, because for the most part all of these like really negative emotions, no one wants to be like that all the time, and that's something that I do believe. And I feel like if I were to compare the two substances, psilocybin versus ayahuasca, psilocybin kind of showed me that, you know, the world is sort of bigger than I am and we're all sort of ultimately connected, and that was like a really beautiful and a very freeing experience too. And then with ayahuasca, that feels more like a mirror where you can kind of you can take it and then sort of see all of your flaws, but it's not necessarily all bad. Instead, it kind of makes you feel, at least it made me feel like this sense of hope after I did that, where I felt like I could now begin to start feeling a little bit better. And so it's just been incredible how powerful these substances have been to me, especially because I've tried antidepressants and that didn't work very well. But both of these medicines definitely did. I'd also like to kind of invite anyone who's participating, if they have any similar stories around tiger parenting or ayahuasca along with psilocybin.
Hi, Neha. Culturally speaking, do you think that it's altered your view of plant medicines, or like how you interact with your family? Have you shared about plant medicine with them?
No, I have not. There is still a stigma around it for sure. It's interesting because in Indian culture, there are a lot of other alternative medicines that people do like to use. But I think this one, because it's maybe around, they kind of sort of like consider this to be very like mind altering, which means it is going a little bit against like the grain of society. So that isn't something that I'm able to share with them, just because of that like stigma for sure. But I know for me, I was always kind of more open to trying new things growing up. So for me, it wasn't a huge, I guess it wasn't something I was necessarily scared of. It wasn't like this huge deal that I was necessarily trying it. I just wanted to see what the alternatives were out there. I would say in general with like Indian culture too, there isn't really a great, I guess, like societal like push for improving mental health or anything like that. It's kind of, at least when I was growing up, it was sort of pushed under the rug, where mental health was kind of seen as like a deficiency. Any sort of like mental illness or any kind of like just um, even just like feel like times where you just don't feel very good about yourself. It's kind of like it felt like it was something that people sort of thought of as like kind of made up and just someone who wasn't strong enough to endure pain. And so it really wasn't talked about very much either growing up.
So how do you think that that's altered your like integration and your uh, participation with plant medicine and your process?
I would say that one thing that's really nice about having just a lot of people everywhere, honestly, is that if there's one community that doesn't work for you, you can always kind of find a different one. And I would say that it kind of started out just through like Reddit, actually, trying to see how it's helped other people, trying to connect with other people online and kind of learn more about their experiences. And right now, there's a lot of content out there too. I'm really glad that there's more studies being done on psilocybin, especially. And so there's a lot more uh, videos around how to sort of help integrate this back into your life. And I think, like most of all, just working with my therapist and letting them know that this is what I've been doing and it's helped me a lot. And then kind of integrating it that way, I would say is like pretty crucial.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate that.
I think one thing that's interesting that you brought up was about just kind of the lack of awareness around mental health. I think one thing that Western society is very fortunate for is to have the mental health system that we have. I know it's overboard sometimes and it's not the best, but at least there's something in place. So one thing that I often think about is like drug addiction. That's something I'm passionate about, is helping people addicted to drugs. And if you go to a country like Russia, per se, or even in the Middle East, they don't believe in like 12-step, and they don't believe in medication assisted therapy. They'll just take people and they'll just lock them up for like 45 days, and they'll like just make them tough it out. So I just related to what you said, thinking about that, and your other comment.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, it's that is something I'm definitely grateful about as well. I didn't actually know that in Russia they sort of just lock you up. Is it because they kind of see drug addiction as like just you're committing a crime and that's it?
Well, they see it as a weakness, and also as committing a crime too. I mean, they have some of the harshest penalties for drug use, but even like alcohol, which is really prevalent in that culture, in Russian culture. If someone does go to alcohol with treatment, right? Typically somewhere like America or wherever, Canada, they're going to put them in treatment and give them some medication, like medication assisted therapy, so they don't have seizures and stuff. But they don't do that. They just lock them up, and if you make it through, hopefully you'll make it through with no seizures and don't pass away, because alcohol withdrawal can kill you. Um, you come out on the other side. But yeah, I think it's just seen as a weakness. And then also, like you mentioned, just the harsh drug penalties that some countries have.
Yeah, no, that is definitely tough. I guess the general question I had for everyone here is, I guess, how has the mental health system here treated you all? I know for me, the therapist I'm working with right now, they're very good, but it definitely did take probably like anywhere from like 7 to 12 different therapists until I finally found someone who really clicked with me. And so through that, I've definitely run into therapists that just either just weren't a good fit, or I was kind of honestly sometimes even surprised that they even chose therapy as a profession, because they didn't really seem as into it as I would have thought. Um, but in general, though, I feel like once you kind of get through that process, that's been a little bit better. And then my view on sort of the psychiatry side of it is that I think it's just that we don't know what will work for which person. I've had friends where antidepressants have done, like amazing things for, and then unfortunately for me, they haven't really worked at all. So that's kind of been my general opinion on like how the state of mental health care from my eyes, basically. And I'd love to kind of hear how has that been for everyone else.
So I'd love to share on this one. So I'm 47 years old now. And when I was 16, that was the first time I engaged with the mental health system with two immigrant Indian parents. And I guess I was the exception because I was able to get some sort of treatment. And now, like hindsight, 2020, 30 some years later, I'm a therapist. And part of my experience was of being in the system was my education, and I hope in thinking of myself as one of the good ones. And so when I did engage, the therapist and the psychiatrist spoke over and around me as I heard that words like, it's a cultural issue, the parents are too strict, and the child is an adolescent. So I was getting these messages filtered through, not said directly to me and not said directly to my parents, and then medicated with antidepressants. And so like fast forward then, medicine journeys, immersions in my ancestral practices beginning around that time, in and out of different spiritual and also a couple of really good relationships with the right therapists along the way, and them completely missing really other essential features of what it means to be a person of color engaging with the mental health system that were not on the radar in the early mid 90s when this was happening. But it put me off the radar of significant things that had nothing to do with my parents, including internalized racism, which presents like complex PTSD. So, like, if there was more awareness in the world that just the act of being born with a different color of skin, without a legacy of comfort within the social norms of Western culture, is enough to create the things that we call symptoms of so-called chemical imbalances. That's a huge piece of information that wasn't available to me, wasn't available to my family. And unbeknownst to the people that were giving me care, who were not all bad, there was a certain level of validation that there was something wrong, right? That it wasn't, I was a bad kid, but there was something wrong with my brain. And there was something wrong with my parents. And there was, and not that there weren't something wrongs with all of those things, but because of what was available to them in terms of knowledge, I was kind of like thrown on a path where the Western mental health system was not going to come to the point. And so I relied on meditation, which I began at 16, reading a lot back into my ancestry, reading a lot into the the ancestors of psychology, the more depth psychology, Carl Jung, and more content subjectivity based instead of cognitive or biologically based understanding of what is human suffering from a Western lens. And that's sort of what helped me to sort of puzzle piece together, like what in the world was going on. And so I wove in and out of times of being in deep and intense spiritual practice at every moment, or like every particular time in my life where I really needed to switch directions, the medicine found me. It just did. Intermittently throughout my life from the age of 15, including a tremendous gap between like mid 20s and my 40s, 20-year gap. The medicine found me at the moment. And so I'm really grateful to be a part of this talk and to hear you, Neha, and to relate to that understanding of what it's like to be from a culture that does not recognize what the West recognizes, and that seeming like it would be so much better. And I think in certain ways it is, but that also too being problematic because the Western system is really built for a different set of cultural experiences that haven't been well articulated. And I have such gratitude to people of color from the African American community whose women took up voice and wrote books so that I at least had something close to devour and to try to relate to. And my hope was that participating in this group could be some contribution to those voices being heard and understood and offered as a perspective that might create new ideas and new understanding.
Thank you so much, Anita, for sharing that. Yeah, I can definitely also relate to there's this you're right, like the mental health care, it is from like a Western lens. And I know I just kind of grew up with like a general identity crisis as well, where it's like you kind of learn one culture at home and then a different culture kind of not at home, kind of like the rest of your life. Did you also sort of struggle with that identity crisis when you were talking to therapists growing up?
I'd love to share a little bit about my mental health experiences throughout the years. One of the things that I noticed is that like it always seemed like they're trying to like diagnose something, you know, and give some kind of medication, put me in a box, and through talk therapy. And I learned too, like how to talk really well. I got a great mouthpiece, like, and how to say all the right things and look all the right way and everything. And I didn't feel like it really actually helped me. And so, needless to say, throughout the years, like it would look like my life was okay from the outside, but I still felt these things going on inside of me. And when I came to plant medicine, uh, plant medicine never tried to diagnose me. You know, plant medicine never tried to make me like fit into a box and be a certain type of person, you know, to fit in, you know, with the rest of society. It helped me be authentic, you know, and in that, I feel like it helped my mental health in like huge ways, exponentially more than any other, you know, time, you know, throughout my life that I had tried. So I just wanted to say that about the mental health system. I think that it's ineffective, and I feel like it is, you know, pharmaceutical pusher and stuck in a system of like talk therapy that isn't effective for most people. Um, yeah, that's what I have to say about that. Thanks for listening.
I'd like to second the motion on that. I twice in my life um, was hospitalized for intractable depression. And the last time, about 10 years ago, that I was hospitalized, I had ECT, electroconvulsive therapy, and it was remarkably effective. It's effective in 80 to 85% of the cases of being able to turn something like depression around. But once I was out of my suicidal phase and once I was stabilized somewhat, I went on to a steady diet of antidepressants and standard therapy. Um, uh, it was horrible. Antidepressants, I think, actually, while they may help some people, do more harm than good. For me, they absolutely dulled me. So again, while I was no longer suicidal and no longer facing the lows of my depression, neither could I experience the highs and the passion that are me. And so I even overheard twice visitors ask my sweetheart, "What's wrong with Eric?" And what was wrong with me was this emotional numbing. I could not feel the joy and the excitement and the passion that are a part of who I am. So I decided I would do an ayahuasca weekend. Um, and I cannot say what part of what turned me around and brought me back to who I am was due to the fact that I stopped taking antidepressants so that I could go on this ayahuasca weekend, and what part was the ayahuasca. But the combination of them brought me back to who I am, and I've been there ever since. So, the previous speaker who spoke about um, the ineffectiveness of talk therapy, um, and I would underline the actual um, negative side effects of antidepressants. I think we need a wholesale revamping of how we treat mental illness in this country.
Thanks for sharing that, Eric. What was your when you were doing ayahuasca, what were some of like the kind of the key takeaways that you noticed in your experience?
Well, I must say that I was in a cohort of 12. 10 of them were um, uh, experienced and were returning to this particular facilitator who was trained for 15 years with the Shipibo. And I was disappointed that I had read a great deal about ayahuasca and visions and the like, various things. I actually fell asleep the first night I had ayahuasca. Um, and I went to the facilitator and said, after this, after that, I'm not sure I'm getting what I should be getting, what at least I'm expecting. He told me something that I came to hear often in subsequent situations, not always directed at me, but um, ayahuasca will give you what you need, not what you necessarily want. And I will say that my key takeaway came from other people. The other rookie in this cohort of 12 was a woman in her mid 50s, and this was her first time also. And after the very first time when we reassembled and told what had happened to us the previous night, um, she said this, and I have it just burnt into I can tell you verbatim what she said because it was so powerful. She said, I am going to tell you something that I have never told anybody except my mother. She said, when I was 16, my father impregnated me, and I gave birth to a beautiful boy. He died 6 months later. And ever since then, I have had a hole in my stomach that has given me great pain. But I know the hole is not real, but the pain is. I want to say that for the first time in 40 years, today, I do not have that pain. Well, I needed no convincing beyond that of the power of ayahuasca. And there were other testimonies, none as dramatic as that. But when I heard that woman say what she said, any doubt that ayahuasca had tremendous powers evaporated in my mind. And so while those first three experiences for me, I didn't have visions. I didn't purge. I was physically disabled. I couldn't stand. When I had to go to the bathroom, somebody had to help me up and actually take me to the bathroom. So, in terms of visions or making improvements in my head, whatever, that didn't happen to me. But subsequently, it did. And but that was my experience, and I am so grateful for it. So I hope that answered the question. If you have to long.
Yeah, that was a really powerful story. So thank you for sharing that.
There was one thing, and Eric, that was a really beautiful and a powerful story. Like that's beyond like what someone can give you like in lecture format is the stories of experience. And like that's so connected to not only Asian culture, but all of our cultures going back. That's how wisdom was transmitted through stories of experience. And in, our ancient texts of yoga is there are three teachers: the testimony of others, inference, and direct experience. One of them is superior. The others can point you in a particular direction, but only one is superior, that direct experience. And of course, when we're talking about psychedelics, and when I say psychedelics, I kind of mean that loosely to anything that expands the consciousness to our human capacity. People might say to like beyond the ordinary, right? Or is it maybe expanding it into the consciousness of what we truly are, which is a collective consciousness living a dream of separation. But like these concepts and these ideas that I've spent some time immersing myself in reading and reading and reading. They make sense only when I have those moments of touching that oneness, which happens through many different ways, psychedelics being one of those methods, one of those means. But when you were talking about therapy and being in therapy and being on medication, and I'm thinking as a therapist now who like thinks of medication in a particular way and thinks about the particular therapies in terms of quote unquote talk therapies that are available, they're kind of like in the same realm of only as effective as they match a certain few amount of people. Whereas what we're finding finally, after 20 years of kind of hanging back and being the only therapist who worked in particular ways, that the psychedelic movement is bringing into focus methods like somatic experiencing and IFS, both of which, when I read the textbooks, I'm like, I am reading some sort of version of my ancestors' knowledge being filtered through a Western lens. Somatic experiencing for sure, and IFS, which are like two of the main ways that I work. They are like the therapies of choice with at this point, not when they started doing the trials. They were doing manualized CBT with psilocybin in the initial trials, but they found that these psychotherapies that are rooted in Eastern thought are the ones that work. And I I just remembered that that was part of what we're doing here is understanding how the contribution of Asians and our heritage have to the psychedelic movement. And like, of course, there are many, but that's one real concrete here and now in the today is that I wish that every person who experiences depression or anxiety has a therapist who's skilled in using one of these more recently recognized modalities. They've been around. They're great therapists. I'm one of the very few people who who will take insurance that practices these methods, and I'm very stubborn. I will not let go of that because mostly people who have invested the thousands and thousands of dollars in this training are charging $200 to $300 out of pocket to see clients, which completely limits it limits the spectrum of who is accessing. And that's another thing, another topic. But I guess I think the point was I was like hearing, I'm like, even therapy, it's not just medication. It's like the therapy that's available, the medication that's available to most people isn't always the most effective. But like I think the psychedelic movement is kind of pushing those modalities into the forefront. And now they're beginning to try to establish an evidence base for somatic experiencing in IFS. And I'm going to stop talking.
But thank you. By the way, I sent you a message, so if you could reply to it, I'd appreciate it.
That is interesting. Actually, I had no idea that somatic experiencing in the I think it's is IFS's internal family systems, right? I had no idea that actually had Eastern roots. So that's like really interesting. Would you happen to know the story behind that actually? And then for those of us in the chat who haven't heard of either types of therapy methods, I think it'd be great to kind of talk through what they mean and how they're different from like talk therapy.
Sure. So, the roots, like when I say that they have a connection, I'm somebody who like really, I don't know why, like, because I like throwing books against the wall. At 16, I started reading the texts and I started studying meditation. And so, like from the viewpoint of being a philosopher, in reading the books, I can extract the assumptions that underlie and how that differs from the Western idea of what human beings are and how the mind works. And particularly for IFS, which is internal family systems, it was developed by Richard Schwartz, who was a family systems therapist. So he worked with family dynamics. He did not work with the unconscious or psychodynamic work. But what he found was that as he started working with people with eating disorders, that inside there were parts of them that wanted to change. And there were parts of them that were very shaming. And there were parts of them that were at odds inside, to the point where he saw that internally there was another family, and that family was not getting along inside. And that's a very like non-professional sort of user-friendly way of like sort of saying that he understood that there was infighting going on. And so he applied the same methods of structural family therapy on the individual. And so in doing that, and the process of engaging with clients this way requires a state that's like for the therapist and for the client that's closer to meditation than it is a conversation. And in addition, the main construct, like the idea of what wellness is in this method, includes a concept that's called the self, which is very much like the soul. It's the part that is outside of time, that is endlessly wise, endlessly resourced in unconditional love. And compassion. It's not made, it's not developed, it just is. And that's very Eastern in structure. And of course, I noticed this, and then you go back to the writer who had studied meditation, Buddhism, etc. And Richard Schwartz has you know, credited meditation, Eastern thought in his development of the ideas. And so that's IFS. Now, somatic experiencing was developed by Peter Levine in the 90s, and this was a method to work with trauma in a very embodied way. And it's kind of beautiful to see somatic experiencing unfold, or a session unfold, because there's very little talk happening. It's really just about bringing the client into a place where they start to acquaint themselves with the physical body and how physical sensations process through the body. And rather than talking about the story of what happened, you can work with somebody for a full hour and never know the story of their trauma, and work effectively at the level of the body, at the level of sensation, of tracking sensation, moving them little by little towards touching the unpleasant sensation, not the story, not the interpretation, and then moving them to a pleasant place to land. And you watch the body create movements and discharges as that unpleasant sensation held in the body begins to discharge. Then when that happens, much like in a psychedelic experience, big downloads, meaning, can come forward, where the therapist is not interpreting, they're holding space as the client's inner wisdom is released from the body and revealed in their consciousness. And if you're lucky, they'll tell you what they see. So these two have a very different feeling from like talking about or processing feelings via words, or telling the story of what happened. And these are really effective, like recognized now as best practices for working with psychedelic integration and in holding space in within psychedelic work. So yeah, does that answer your question, Neha?
Yeah, no, that does. And you used a lot of detail, so I appreciate that. I've definitely had therapists sort of kind of toy around with the idea of somatic experiences and IFS, but I feel like it didn't really get as deep. So I think that's a great idea of having that pair with the psychedelic integration, because you're right. I feel like the IFS sort of story kind of came alive when I was on ayahuasca. I kind of saw kind of my internal family, and they were all tiger parenting me basically, even though it was just me and I didn't have that external influence anymore. So it was kind of incredible to see all the ways I was sort of damaging myself in without even really knowing it.
Yeah, like and that's incredible because I sort of like I hadn't really put it together, because one way that I work with these other states of consciousness is hypnosis. So like my habit was to work with hypnosis, with SE, with IFS or part style work, and then psychedelics became a possibility, and I'm like, I wonder if this is kind of like that, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is that.
So Anita, do you, without compromising yourself, could do you work at all with psychedelics in your practice? And let me follow that up by saying that uh, a friend and I are work with therapists who do the prep. We do the experience, and then they go back to the therapist for integration. Do you have anything like that kind of arrangement with anybody, or?
So at this moment, I'm taking, I've like on like this like dual sort of path of like investing as much as I do in learning how to do as learning about the consequences of the doing. So I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with the Chacruna Institute. If you're not, I highly, 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 highly suggest. I've done a lot of their programming. It's taught mostly by anthropologists who have a very different lens, a very different relationship to the capitalist machine of the industry and their relationships with elders. And I'm working on the board of a nonprofit that's forming a council of elders, because we're at the point where we're beginning to create relationships where we can be allowed to start to listen as opposed to doing anything else. So like that's where I feel like we're at, is creating a space where we can earn the privilege of having the right to begin to listen. And the only message, the only words that I've been given is slow down. And so what slow down means is maybe what your ego thinks you want it to mean. It's maybe something that develops over time. But I can tell you that in my experience is that excitement comes with this. And when the excitement comes, I feel the excitement and I remember to slow down, and that the signals and signs of when to move, they'll show themselves to you, and they will not be shy. But I'll also just comment that I'm living in the great state of New Jersey. For those who are in different areas, the west of the world, things are a little different in New Jersey right now, which is okay. That gives me permission to slow down in certain respects. I will not confirm or deny if I'm doing anything that I shouldn't be doing in New Jersey. But we do have, which is our ancestral medicine, cultivated first, that we can tell in Asia. Cannabis is legal in New Jersey. It is the most accessible medication because it doesn't require a prescriber. There's nothing illegal about a therapist sitting in a space with somebody who is in whatever state they're in. So also a very powerful psychedelic if held in a particular way in combination with spiritual practices. with appropriate set and setting, especially for somebody who is working with their own meditation practice. You can go pretty far. So that's currently where I'm at with things, but I'm moving slow, but the future is coming.
Oh, God. It makes me feel good to hear you. It is coming.
I see in the chat that Mia, you had a question. Let me see if we can unmute you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Let me just shut this door real quick. Hold on. Okay, so my name is actually Maya, and I had my first psychedelic experience ever on April 13th, so last month, and I'm 52 years old, so I can't believe it took me this long to get the courage to try this. Amazing, amazing stuff. But I think that the pain that I was in had to outweigh any fear that I had, because I was raised in the 70s and 80s where, all this stuff was very bad for you and evil and it would kill you. And so I really was anti-drugs my whole life, trying to be this good girl. And now I'm totally regretting that. Because I don't think it's drug. I don't look at it as drugs anymore. I look at it as medicine. But I just have a quick question about it. So I did psychedelics, I guess illegally with a facilitator and at her yoga studio. And this is my first time, like I said, ever taking anything like this in my life. And I was very scared. I was terrified, actually. And about 54 minutes into my journey, I I don't know if I'm still on here. I can't see anybody, but
Sure.
anyway, are you still here? Okay. About 54 minutes into my journey, I saw a little girl scared to death hiding in a closet. And I knew intuitively that it was me at 3 years old, and I was hiding in a closet, and I was terrified. And I loved this little girl so much instantly. And so I was speaking out loud, and the facilitator could hear me. I said, "Oh my God, what happened to you? Why are you in a closet? What happened to you? Who did this to you?" And I knew intuitively that if I picked this little girl up, which was me, she was going to tell me a lot of stuff, like a lot of knowledge about my childhood that I kind of blacked out, that I've been wanting to know. And my facilitator interrupted the whole thing, and she put her arm on me and said, "Are you okay?" And then the little girl, which was me hiding in the closet, terrified, slammed the door. And for 6 hours, I tried to get her to come back, and she wouldn't come back. So my question is, if I do this again, do you think there's a chance I would ever be able to get back to that, what I felt like it was going to be intuitively a huge healing moment in my life, you know, 52 years of hell. And I thought, oh my God, here's all the answers right here. And my facilitator interrupted because she said she thought that I was going to, it was my first time, and she thought I was going to disassociate. And I thought, isn't that the purpose of the medicine, is so I can disassociate and process this trauma? But she didn't agree with that. So anyway, now I'm kind of a little hesitant, I guess. So I just have that question. Is there a chance I'd be able to get back to that moment, or do we have no control over that when we're on the medicine?
I definitely don't have a scientific explanation or anything like that, but just based on like personal experiences, I feel like, yeah, you can't really control where your mind takes you. So it's like your mind could take you back there, or it could take you somewhere else. I've kind of noticed that sometimes I do come in with an intention, and that can kind of help guide it. But ultimately, it does just kind of take you where it needs to. So I think there is a possibility that you could go back to a place where you feel like you will learn a lot about yourself, since it is a very powerful medicine. Oh, it looks like you're on mute again.
Okay, I was just gonna say thank you. I don't know. I don't know when I'll be able to do it again, but I definitely want to get back to that little girl in the closet. And it's so funny because I'm not a seer. I'm more of an empath. I'm more of a feeler, so I feel stuff. But so when I saw a little girl and she was reaching up to me, and I knew intuitively that it was me, that, I mean, 25 years of therapy never got me to that place. Never. But in 54 minutes, I'm exactly where I needed to be, was with that little girl. I mean, I had a really traumatic childhood, so I don't remember, but I feel like I'm ready to know what happened. And then if I know what happened, then I can process it, and then I can stop being, a mess in the world. to be a, not that I'm a total mess. I mean, I own a business. I'm not a total failure, but I mean, I feel like my life has been lived from a state of trauma, like a fight or flight mode. And so I'm just grateful that these things, I mean, they're not legal here where I live in Virginia, but a lot of people are doing them, behind the scenes. And I just think based on my experience, I think maybe it would be better with a therapist, so you can talk about it and integrate, because now I don't know what's going on. This little girl is hiding in the closet. I want to get back to her, and I don't know how to process all that. It's a lot to process. But I will say that this medicine it should always be legal to everybody. It's amazing. I mean, my whole outlook on life has changed. I saw everything was connected. I saw everything was just beautiful. And I think everybody should experience that if they choose to, It was awesome.
Thanks for
Wish
sharing.
I could go to like Peru. I would go to Peru or Colombia or somewhere and just do a deep dive, I just don't know anybody there to do that. So, but maybe someday. Anyway, thanks for letting me share.
Yeah, for sure. There might be retreats somewhere in the US too, but I think you have to look a little bit harder to try to find them. But yeah, kind of like echoing what you said, like I really felt like therapy sunk in after that experience, because it's like, it's interesting. Sometimes there are certain things that you kind of know about yourself, but you don't feel like you really know until you're in that state. So yeah, just thought it was like a really beautiful experience, and a lot better than any of the pharmaceuticals I've used. I know that we have a few new participants as well, and I wanted to see if anyone else had anything that they would like to share.
Except we have 2 minutes or 1 minute now before the next moderator. So maybe just make it brief. Nihat, what are your thoughts?
Let's see. I guess I could just wrap it up as well, just to make sure the other moderator has some time. Thank you, everyone. And sorry I had to be a few minutes late, but I'm glad I got my router reset and my internet working so I could be here with everyone.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate
Yes.
your share.
Thank you, Neha.
So let's welcome Serena, who is our next moderator, Serena Wu, and thank you to Neha for moderating. Take it away, Serena.
Thank you, Leo, for inviting me to moderate and speak to everybody here. My name is Serena Wu. I am a co-founder of Radical Law, and Radical Law is a boutique law firm that's focusing on social impact and wanting to support entrepreneurs who are trying to create impact in their own ways. For me, I came through this path because of psychedelics. Through my own experiences, as many people here would understand or could relate to on through their own journey themselves. I also wrote a novel focusing on the return to wholeness, and through the help of psychedelics. And that's a book called Wyra's Search for the Rainbow Pearls. I've been working in the psychedelic space as an attorney for 2-3 years now. And it's been really interesting to see how a lot of the landscape have shifted in the past few years, especially from COVID to now. And there's a lot of interest and demand. And with that, there's also businesses that are popping up throughout the United States as well as around the world that are focusing on psychedelics, assisted therapy, and getting these medicine to people. Being an attorney, the challenge with psychedelics is that there's many of them are Schedule 1 substances other than ketamine, which is Schedule 3 in the United States. So there's a lot of limitations to working with psychedelics, and a lot of people are, it runs the spectrum, like, either they have licenses to study them through sanctioned clinical studies and they're FDA allowed, or if they're allowed by the FDA and the DEA as well, they have a license to do so. That's on one spectrum. And then on the other spectrum is people who are taking risks themselves and they're working underground in the United States. And for some people, they might go abroad, whether it's to Costa Rica, Peru, Brazil, or any other countries where some of these medicines are allowed and they're legal or unregulated in those countries. Or people work with ketamine, which is through a therapeutic context. So they would need to work with a doctor who can then prescribe the ketamine and or work with a therapist that can sit and facilitate the sessions. So it kind of runs the gamut, and there's plenty of ancillary businesses that are providing things like education or harm reduction, or technology, or just anything to support more of the legal industry in the psychedelic realm. There's been a lot of interest and questions that I've gotten over the past few years about, trip sitting, people working or facilitating with substances. But anytime somebody comes into contact with the medicine themselves, the hard thing is that, it's not legal under the law. So people are taking a lot of risks. Another way that people have worked with the medicine is by exercising their sincere religious beliefs. If somebody are doing that and they believe they're protected and they want to organize a church or a congregation or organization around that, some people have found churches in this space. However, that's not to say that everything is protected and there's no risk that people are taking. It's still a bit of a gray area. Some of the really positive news I've noticed over the past 6 months have been, FDA MAP submitted their approval for MDMA assisted psychotherapy, and that's on its way. There was the Church of Eagle and Condor that have settled with the DEA to get an exemption for their religious exercise of using ayahuasca as a sacrament. There's also, even though the California bill to create a therapeutic model for certain types of psychedelic medicine is now shut down because of budgets. There are new bills that are popping up in New York that are trying to create a more like a simpler model that doesn't require therapy. I haven't looked into the bill that extensively. It just got announced yesterday. So that's really exciting to see. And of course, the progress that's been made in Colorado and Oregon that are spearheading the changes in the regulatory landscape. It's fascinating to see how all of that is turning out. Yeah, I think a lot of what I was hoping to do is just answer questions. I mean, I could talk a lot about the legalities, but I'm kind of talking about it in very broad general strokes, and I can do that, but I think it might be more relevant to whoever is here. If you guys have specific questions or things you're curious about, I can try to speak to those instead. But if not, I'll just continue to talk about just what I've seen in some of the issues that have come up. But it's really like the same questions, and things are getting more and more nuanced, right? Yeah, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. If not, I'll just continue talking about I think it's great to have this event to hear all the voices of Asians in psychedelics. When I started out focusing on the psychedelic space, there were very, very few of us. And now there is the Asian Psychedelic Society that was founded by Simran and other folks. And it's really amazing to see that community grow. And there's just more and more people in this community. I do still see not so much like there could be more Asians in leadership. There's just like very few numbers in the last few years. However, there are communities that are being built on a grassroots level. I think the challenges that I face the challenges that I face as an Asian American in this space or as a woman, I'm starting to see it as like, it's very similar to any other challenges in any other space or industry. Just for how do I say it? Like just for the sake of like there are challenges to being a person of color or a minority in the room or just being a woman in this more patriarchal society. So I just kind of see it almost equating the same. However, I do appreciate and love the psychedelic space for all the people that are trying to create impact, whether it's healing themselves so that they can then heal their families, communities, and then have that ripple out. And also they're trying to do something for the environment or for the planet. I feel like the more I work with my medicine, the more I become connected to nature, the more I become connected to earth. And because of that, it's informed me in terms of what I want to do with my skill sets, what do I want to do with my expertise and knowledge, and then how I want to be in this world, how do I want to show up in this world. I think so far, a lot of the people I've met, when they have a journey with any of the medicines, it's been very transformative, eye-opening. People feel very connected to not just themselves, but to other people, to a broader community bigger than themselves, including, the world filled with animals, plants, and everything on planet Earth, essentially. So that's what keeps me going, and it brings me back to this space over and over and over again. In terms of national efforts as PACs, what are PACs? Are you talking about like super PACs?
I was talking about, political action committees on like a national federal level, the ones that are working with the federal government versus like I run a PAC for Washington State.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with what's going on the national effort. I was doing some of the work earlier on in 2021, but I kind of fell out of that out of that world to focus more on the state by state efforts. But even then, it's a challenge, right? But like I was focusing a lot of effort in New York, and some of the efforts that I was focusing on didn't really go anywhere because of the political, just the relationships that was going on, what was happening in the assembly and the state in Albany that I just wasn't even have zero control over, or even influence over whatsoever. And but now, like years later, there are still other people pushing to advance new bills and regulations to change how these certain types of medicines are being regulated. And on the national level, I think there's been loosening. I don't exactly know what everybody's doing, but I know because of some of the advocacy, it's loosened up. Like there's definitely a lot of efforts to study the medicine. I think the VA is also going to study some of the, I'm not so sure what is going on with the federal efforts, to be frank. Yeah. I know that there's more studies that are then being funded by the federal government because of that. And I think it's just a continuous push. Recently, I saw that Biden is going to reschedule cannabis, and I think that's also going to help at least set some kind of precedent that these substances could be rescheduled. And I know there's people working on multiple fronts, whether it's on the rescheduling front, or trying to work through the exemption process with the DA, even though that's like really not getting anywhere. And there's also people trying to change it from getting more federal involvement in the research so that can then further support changing the regulations. If I had $20 million to put towards anything to forward the movement, what would I do with that money?
Oh, Jesus.
I think so. I'm not a political advocate, right? And I really appreciate the people who can do the work in that space really well. I really believe change really starts with individuals and who can then influence their sphere of influence. And then from there, like, if they're an agent of change, that person can then influence other people or show people a different way of being, a different way of thinking. And hopefully that can then create ripple effects down the line. So if I had $20 million, I would use that to educate people about psychedelics. And I know there's a lot of information that's flooded, social media, website, even like traditional media, then you're talking about psychedelics. However, the way people talk about psychedelics, some are, I think, gets to the nuances, but sometimes it doesn't really get to the nuances. And there's so much to these medicine, right? There's indigenous communities that's been practicing in a very particular way with particular perspective and cosmology, a way of looking at life that's very different from our Western philosophies, perspectives, and our values. And then there's also like what's happening in the pharmaceutical realm. And there's what's happening in the therapeutic realm, and where people are combining it to create psychedelic assisted therapy. So it's like there's so much information out there, but it's like the quality of information really depends on the source. Some are better than others. So I would, because of the stigma around psychedelics, like we in this community, I think people are more comfortable, we're more open to it. But I just know that there's so many people out there who can benefit from the medicine, but they might feel like, oh, this is scary. My mind's gonna change, or my brain's gonna fry if I do these medicine. I'm gonna lose control, or like I'm gonna go crazy, or things like that. But for me, what I've noticed is that like when I start educating people, like, well, that's the perspective from years and years of conditioning of one perspective about these substances, and our cultural history as well too. However, when I start educating them, people in my community, that it's very different, right? People can have these kind of different relationships with the medicine and the different ways these medicine can really help us. And I think it starts to at least challenge the perspective that they have, and that can slowly break down like whatever stigma it is that they might have about these medicine. So I think education can be really, really powerful to destigmatize and inform, and also to make these medicine seem less scary or less other or less different than a lot of other medicines that we've taken. And it is different. However, it's just like many of these medicine are coming from plant sources or fungi sources. In my culture, there's been a lot of people working with herbal medicines all the time. Maybe it's just not at a dose that can create altered states of consciousness, but people get there through meditation. So it's like, it's different modalities, right? So, yeah, I would spend a lot of money on educating people. And dealing with the conflict or different personalities in the movement that don't necessarily get along. And how do you move forward with projects with people in the plant medicine movement when you have disagreement? Do you find psychedelic type people to be more insightful about creative change? I think in the last 3 years working in the psychedelic space, I've just learned that people are people, whether they do psychedelics or not. And it's actually been a very beautiful lesson that I've learned, because coming into this space, I was thinking like, oh, we're all going to be loving, considerate, compassionate. That is there. However, people are still people, right? We have our challenges, we have difficult days, we have our mood swings, we have things we don't like, we have disagreements, different perspectives and different values. And sometimes it's really hard to reconcile all of the differences. And then when we're in medicine, we remember like, actually, we're very connected. There's a lot more similarities than we may have realized. Even so, when I'm out of medicine, sometimes I just realize some people I just don't click with or I don't work well with. And that just means that if there's not a match, I would just go and look for the personalities of people that I can get along with and see what I can build with them. I think there's so many things that people can build together collectively. And it doesn't mean that we all have to move in a specific way. I think with any movement, there's always going to be differences of opinions and perspectives. I'm kind of in the process of figuring out what is my voice and what do I want to say. And I am comfortable in the voice of an attorney, because I can be like this expert and I can talk about the legalities and the regulatory landscape and how to navigate risk or mitigate risk, or where is the legal boundaries. But then I also have like a voice that is forming a very intimate relationship with these medicines, because to me, they're much more than substances. They're spirits that are sacred, and they're really powerful, and they're powerful teachers. So I'm also trying to learn from them to the extent that I'm open to it and that they're willing to teach me. So I'm trying to figure out what my voice is about that. And when I talk about that, I don't think it's gonna necessarily resonate with people in every aspect of this movement, right? Not everyone has that kind of experience, and it's okay. However, at the same time, I also want to be open with people, because I'm meeting people in the psychedelic space and I start talking about things that I'm passionate about and excited about. And they're like, oh, yeah, they've had similar experiences. So it's kind of like they might be somebody in the pharmaceutical space. And I think, oh, they might not be able to relate to me because I see these medicine as spirits and they're working in very scientific context. However, I've also met people who are like, that might be the suit they put on, but but if I talk to them personally, there's much more to that person. So I'm trying to be open to the possibilities of surprises that people can surprise me with. And in terms of like disagreements, there's going to be a lot of disagreements, and some people are going to believe like one way is better than the other. I think everyone's entitled to their opinions. And I've seen differences in the strategy. I've seen certain strategy go forward that I don't know if I can be behind that for a variety of different reasons. However, those people continue to move forward regardless of what I think, because they believe in what they're trying to do. And when I think about it, like a lot of what many of us are trying to do is make these medicine more accessible in a safe way to people who need it, right? So when I think about that, I could take a step back and just, yeah, I can think whatever I want, but if people are gonna keep moving forward with what they believe is in the best interest of the movement, they'll keep on doing that. Where I have a problem with is when people start attacking each other, because when you start attacking each other, what does that serve? It doesn't really serve anything. Is it really helping the movement? Maybe, maybe not. But I think it's like with any conflict. I used to do litigation, so dealing with conflict was in my face every day, and it's hard. It's challenging to deal with conflicts. So then that just requires like conflict resolution types of skills of negotiating, mediating, really trying to meet people in the middle, and really communicating with people to understand them, to try to de-escalate the situation to the extent that we can. But sometimes it might also mean a breakup. Like with if you're in a relationship with somebody and it isn't working, and there's a lot of conflict and tension and feelings being hurt, or not even feelings, but just like there's just so many problems that keep on coming up over and over and over again. At the end of the day, it just might be best to move in completely different directions and people go in their separate ways, right? So it really depends. Conflict resolution is very context specific. Like it's hard to say about the movement as a whole because the movement is so much bigger than any one of us. Do people go to a place where they in reincarnation where people identify with their past lives, so they will recognize their current vehicle, but may insist they remember being Asian or Black or white? Some people are drawn to Asian culture. That's a very interesting perspective. I don't know if I can comment on any of that. I don't know that much about reincarnation, and I certainly have not studied it enough. In terms of the spirits of medicine, so like, like for example, I resonate a lot with ayahuasca, and ayahuasca to me is a spirit. I have felt her as a spirit, and I feel I can communicate with her in ceremony. And when I say communicate, it doesn't mean like I'm having a conversation with her, but she's giving me messages, whether sometimes in my dreams or even my normal day life. And I feel like there is a relationship I have with her, with this medicine. And I see, and I'm even using the pronoun is like after spending some time in Peru, and working with the people that have learned this from the indigenous lineages and the way they talk about her, it's really changed the way I relate to her. And so when people talk about these medicines, especially the ones that are coming from the plants or the fungi, like they feel to me like living beings. They don't have a human body, but to me, they feel like a living being. And it's not just these medicines. I'm starting to learn about the spirits um, in all life, in in plants mainly, like whether they're trees or bushes or um, flowers or anything like that. Like these, even though plants don't communicate to us in the way that we're speaking or animals are making sounds, there's studies now that are finding that plants can express a stress signal, a particular frequency that we cannot hear, because they're stressed out due to water shortages or any other issues that they're having in their environment. So it's not like they don't communicate. And then, there's more and more people talking about and understanding, and my awareness is growing to how people are talking about trees that are communicating with each other, trees that are using the mycelial roots and that network to help and support each other when there are difficult times. If one tree is not having enough um, nutrients, or if I don't exactly know what trees talking about, but this is like to the extent my awareness have been growing in the last year or so, is that plants find ways to communicate with each other in ways that we didn't even know, and we're only starting to discover right now. It's really fascinating. And yeah, it's just like this new world of plants is so fascinating. Like how um if I'm around plants now, I see them more than as just like these green things that are coming out of the ground. They seem to really have a powerful presence, at least with me. And I know that people in down in Peru, they have been working with all kinds of non-psychoactive plants, and they're communing with these non-psychoactive plants, and they're learning from these plants. So it's not, and when people talk about like the icaros that are sung in ayahuasca ceremonies, like they come from plants. They're gifts from these plants to like, hey, this is part of they're part of this pharmacy that the healers have, and then they're using whatever particular plant that is called upon to help this person right in front of them, like depending on their circumstances. And I know like I'm not trained in any of that tradition, but I'm just seeing it unfold the more I spend time in Peru learning from some of these healers. So I feel like I'm in the very early stages of understanding more about this spiritual world that we can't see, we can't touch, we can't taste, but like it's there. Current psychedelic movement is based on Asian philosophy that maybe we need to return back to Asian cultures to lead our next stage since so much of it was co-opted. I don't think it's just Asian culture. I think a lot of the movement is co-opting a lot of healing practices or different ways of learning how to be present in the now. That is, and also working with how to work with these medicines to create a new perspective about us and the world. It's not just coming from Asia, but it's coming from Asia, but it's coming from Africa. If you're working with ibogaine, it's coming from South America. If you're working with um, ayahuasca, huachuma, and a bunch of other medicine, even psilocybin too, coming from Mexico. And then you have peyote. If anyone's working with peyote, it's coming from the Native American traditions. So I think it's just coming from traditions that are not Western, right? And I think for me, a big part of that is
No.
huh?
All right.
Okay. Are you saying that to me?
No, sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So it's like I think a lot of it is just more the reciprocity piece. And it's a hard, I feel like it's a hard conversation to have. I've been in conversations with people before talking about, hey, the traditions that people are using right now, it comes from indigenous communities or it comes from the Asian cultures. Like, where's the reciprocity, right? It's co-opted, and that is happening. But then what does that mean? Like, do we just keep it to yourself and you heal yourself and then that's it? But I think it's a very big conversation, and I'm only one person. But for me, how I think of it is like if I'm continuing to work with ayahuasca, like what I really want to do is give back to the lineage, the indigenous lineage that I'm benefiting from, and help them and figure out like how to help them in a way that they want to be helped. And also like I also want to give back to the plants. And that might be more in the realm of conservation or in the realm of education. Because like the more I see the world of plants in a very different way, the more I'm trying to be like, how do I say, like a steward or be in service of the plants as well too. So not just me. And I think this is it's still the very early beginnings of how I'm shifting my thinking about this. Like people have talked about reciprocity. There was a I think I forgot the organization, but um I know one of the women I've been following, she had created this fund, and it's an indigenous um it's basically a fund that will help, give donations and help some specific indigenous communities. And it doesn't really touch on the indigenous communities that I work with, but still, it's like if we're benefiting from these cultures and their knowledge and their stewardship of this knowledge and these medicine, then definitely why we can't just like take it for ourselves and not find a way to give back. And so that I think is um it's on minds of many, many people. And I've seen multiple ways of people have tried to address it. Like they could create these funds and remit money that they donations and have it go back to these specific communities. In terms of plants, I recently learned about how they can create basically like the question is what would a plant do if they had a voice, if nature had a voice, and if they were part of the corporations that they're in. Of course, this is all through proxy, but it's kind of like thinking about, can we create rights for nature through some proxy and infuse that in the way we do business. So I think that's a really novel idea that I really want to like sit with, because it's hard to do. It's expensive to do because it's out of the norm and it's out of like what people have been doing. However, it's something that has come to my awareness that I want to think about how I can introduce that to people, even whether they use it or not. It's at least an idea to think about doing business in a different way, or creating ownership in a different way, and giving legal rights in a very different way. So like part of the reason with Radical Law, my business partner and I, we were talking about social entrepreneurship when we were in law school. And it was just like a very, like to us, it was like, oh, not a lot of people were talking or know what was social entrepreneurship. And then like 10 years later, there's a lot of businesses out there that are trying to infuse these principles into the way they create business. It can start with the structure of the business. So instead of being a general corporation, they can become a public benefit corporation. Or they'll have hybrid models between a nonprofit and a for-profit entity. Or they'll have something like creating a trust that where the trust has a certain controlling say to the business, and they have certain missions and values that they have to fulfill. And now this new idea of like, how do you give voice to nature? And for me, like that is, I'm going to see how that kind of unravels. But now that if there's a way to do it, if it's a possibility, then it's just all a matter of how do we introduce the idea to more people and see if they'll take root. So anyway, so all that's to say, like, I think we just need to, in a tangible way, in a meaningful way, what are ways that if we are co-opting some of these traditions, how can we give back? You know, how can we reciprocate so that it doesn't feel like it's a taking relationship? Sean asked about relationships with other plant substances, and there's relationships with non-psychoactive plants. Yes, I am starting to build relationships with non-psychoactive plants so that, so that I can better understand that world and just be open to the teachings of these plants. And a lot of times when I talk about plants now, I'm actually talking about non-psychoactive plants, not just psychedelics. Psychedelics, like to me, really opens the door to just not understanding our mind and our bodies, but to so much more. And once we decide to walk past that door, we can better understand our minds. We can better understand the stories that we tell and the stories that other people tell. We can like, for me, I was able to really understand myself better, quicker, but then also learn to understand other people. And now I'm starting to learn about the world of plants. There's been many fascinating books people have told me about that talks about non-psychoactive plants and what they have to teach us. If only we can truly learn to listen, right? Because plants don't talk the way we talk. However, they give out messages, and I think it's just a really fascinating world where I'm starting to learn that the messages that they give just don't come to us in the way that we think it would. I had one experience where the entire time I was like waiting for this non-psychoactive plant to like, I thought it was going to talk to me the way I'm talking to you. So I was waiting and waiting. And then I told the healer I was working with, I was like, hey, I feel like they're not talking to me. I don't know why. And he reminded me that they don't talk in the way that we communicate. So I was like, oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind. And the next ceremony I had, this plant showed up and she's been talking to me, but the way she talks to me is like she talks through light. You know, when there's a light, I see her. And I was like, oh, she's been there this entire time. I just didn't really, I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't listening. Yeah. So it's just very fascinating. I think the novel I wrote, Wyra's Search for the Rainbow Pearls, it was really about the protagonist's journey to healing herself with the help of psychedelics. And I think that's what many of us come to psychedelics is like, you could have tried a bunch of other different options. I know I certainly did, but the pain and the suffering I was going through just for some reason, for many reasons, just like it was persistent. It was chronic for a very long time. And even though I try a lot of different alternative modalities, I wasn't healing, or I was healing very slowly. And it wasn't until I tried more medicine that took me to realms that just like really helped me healed very in very unexpected ways. And then so, the novel really goes through like what happens in a journey to healing. Because a lot of us probably hear a lot of information that are very informative stuff about the science of it, or what some certain practices are, and people talk about these steps and these protocols and whatnot, whether you're preparing for it or integrating thereafter. But a lot of healing can happen in a ceremony itself if it's well guided and there's proper support and there's intention and somebody ready. If you're ready to like open yourself to the experiences that whatever it might be that would unfold. But then that's one part of the journey, and I think for me, I'm walking further and further to explore a realm that is very much in reality, but it's just like, it's not tangible. We don't touch it, we don't see it, we don't taste it, we don't smell it, but it's there. It's there consistently with us. We can feel it in different ways. So yeah. And I've been talking a lot, but if anyone has any other questions about
Serena, I have a question.
Mhm.
Hi, I love what you've talked about so far. It's been such a pleasant, experience to hear you talk about your relationship with, plant medicine or just plants in general. And I was wondering if there was one thing that you wanted to everybody to hear you say, what would it be? Like, we're talking about your voice right now, and how that relates to the movement.
One thing I've been saying to myself a lot and to like very few people is, and maybe like it's already known here, when we do harm to our environment, when we do harm to plants, we are only harming ourselves. Like we are already harming ourselves in our society in a variety of different ways. But I have had experiences where I've cried for humanity, feeling like I could not do as much as I can. I felt powerless to do much. But when I thought of it that way, I did feel powerless. So when I start thinking about like, well, I can't influence if my influence doesn't go far or wide, what is within my influence? And that is me, and that is really just me. So I want everyone to remember and to really know that when they heal themselves, they are healing other people, the community, society, because of the interconnectedness we all experience and we are all connected by. when we do the work, when we show up, when we do things to protect Earth, the plants, life outside of ourselves, like we are helping ourselves in doing that.
Wow, I've never heard it phrased like that before, but I totally can um, resonate with that. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Does everyone here, what are your relationships with plant medicines and plants? Because I know it can vary a lot. So I'm just curious.
I'll jump in. So I've done psilocybin and bufo and combo and ayahuasca, and sangria and, you know, some others. I've low dosed ibogaine. So those have kind of been my experiences. Others are welcome to share.
And don't feel like you don't have to share in that detail if you don't want to. I'm just curious, like generally speaking, like you could be more vague if you want, or just open-ended and yeah, broad.
Well, I personally have always loved plants. I grew up kind of like spending a lot of time in forests and meadows and such, and um, gathering, you know, flowers, eating berries and things out of the forest that we knew that we could eat and off trees. And I've always felt very like when I cook for my family, I talk to the plant, I thank it, you know, for sharing its nutrients and its life for us, because I know that they're living beings, you know, I mean, like literally they're living, right? So we're eating this living being, you know, so, and I just think that they're so beautiful. And uh, I, I feel saddened a lot by the things in our environment that damage, you know, um, plants and animals and us, you know, though we're such, you know, sturdy beings that, you know, we can live off of uh, non-nutrient things, you know. And since I began my journey with uh, plant medicine, like psilocybin mostly. I mean, I've done, you know, I've done cacti, peyote, and that's pretty much it. uh, but I feel like it's even gotten me closer to plants, like seeing them, like you were saying, as living beings, and like not wanting to be part of the, you know, damage. You know, like even my offspring, you know, if we're walking in a park or something, they'll pick up garbage, you know, and things like that, just because I mean, that's the least I could do, you know. So, and not use a lot of, you know, things that include plastics and things like that. So that's kind of my relationship with plants. I like to breathe, so I like plants too. I like to eat them. Yeah.
I've had a long relationship with plants. Growing up, some of the biggest thrills for me were actually seeing unusual plants, like ground orchids, or uh, there's a wonderful plant called Indian pipes, which don't use chlorophyll. Um, Amazing plants that grow only in um, shady places. But discovering carnivorous plants, I now have fairly extensive gardens on a relatively small property, less than a fifth of an acre, but I have about 100 different flowering plants in that area. And I don't ever use gloves when I work the earth, and I love to get my hands dirty. Touching the earth is an important part of gardening for me. So I have always had this pretty wonderful relationship with plants that is taken to new heights by uh, um, really discovering later in my life um, psychoactive plants. Um, and I have some of them on the property, not a lot, and some I have that I don't use, like I have a fair amount of opium poppies that come up every year. So I plants have been a part of my life since I can remember, and I treasure those memories of seeing for the first time in the hemlock forests of northern Pennsylvania, Indian pipes, things like that were an important part of my growing up, and I still do it. I still am involved with it today.
That's beautiful. Thank you. And I feel like, the more we talk about plants, I am also learning and I'm hearing about plants I haven't heard about before. So it's just really fascinating. There's so many different species out there who figure out all kinds of ways to survive or thrive in that particular environment. Some are edible, some are not. And one thing that a quote that I heard when I was down in Peru was like, the reason we work with plants is because they are connected to Earth and they hold a direct connection to God. There's no mind with a plant. There's no filtering. It's a direct connection. And I didn't really understand what that meant, but it just sounded really awesome until I started working with more non-psychoactive plants, when I started to listen to them more. And don't get me wrong, I feel like I'm very much a novice, but I'm learning from them because they're learning from the plants and they've been working with plants for over 10 years. I'm like, okay, there's something to that. Then I just want to learn. I want to figure it out. And for me, it just feels like if we do something that harms the environment we live in to the point where it's hurting us, even if some of the plants might not make it, other plant, like, they can adapt. They will still be here. So I don't know. I just think it's really, really fascinating. Like, a lot of the medicine, if we talk a lot of the medicines in this world, they come from plants. They were either compounds and substances that people have found was effective in curing or healing certain or treating certain symptoms or conditions. And then they were able to take that, and then maybe some were synthesized from what we learned from the world of plants. But I know in like Chinese culture, a lot of our medicine comes from all kinds of herbs and bark, and a bunch of things from the natural world. So it's really fascinating. And that's not just specific to Asian Chinese cultures, for sure. Like, there's a lot of medicine coming from nature in all of the Asian cultures. Yeah, the one and I think, like, in this movement, there's an excitement to talk about psychedelics and being able to access psychedelics, because we weren't able to do so openly for decades. Whereas in some indigenous cultures, they've been working with these medicine for, I've heard, decades, hundreds of years, thousands of years. I don't really know which, but for a very, very long time. and it's exciting. And I hope that as the movement grows and matures, that people will also remember that, yes, these are psychoactive substances, but they're also plants. Plants speaking for the sense that they're fungi, but they're just coming from the natural world, their nature. And it's really they've left a profound impact and effect on me. And I'm learning and I'm figuring out like how can I honor these beings that we're learning from. They're giving so much to us, like, but we don't really talk to them in the way that we talk to other people or animals or things like that. And I think also for like on the legal side, I got really excited at the symposium I went to at UCLA because they were talking about not just these medicines as substances and compounds that can then induce certain altered states of consciousness and then can help people heal, right? But they were really getting to this point of really understanding nature, bringing nature as part of to the table so that they are part of the conversation, not outside of the conversation, and that we are honoring, along with this movement, we're honoring the context in which these medicines are being used. Because what I go to Peru purposely because not just for like obvious reasons with legality issues, but like there's a context, there's a certain environment that's there, that's created, a specific container for how to work with these medicine. And sometimes so there's certain things from that container that's missing in the West. And when it's missing in the West, the experience becomes different, right? And it's like, what does that mean when there's like a difference? It just might mean that there might be certain support or a certain piece of the puzzle that's missing, that if some people did have it, it could be more beneficial to their journey to the transformation. And it's really fascinating from that symposium that I learned like they were talking about this thing called betel nut, and the indigenous community has used this for long periods of time, but other people outside of the indigenous community started using it. But the more they use it, the more they were creating or developing instances of oral cancer in their mouth. But that type of oral cancer was not prominent. It was not proliferating in the indigenous community, but it was in the outside community that wasn't part of, because the indigenous community was using betel nut in a particular way, but people that were not part of that community were using it in other ways. And it's very fascinating for me to hear about another instance where the context in which you use the medicine, the plants, really do matter. In like one context, it leads to oral cancer, and then the indigenous community use it in another particular context, and that doesn't really lead to high numbers of oral cancer. And again, I'm not saying causation or whatnot, but it's just very interesting to see that juxtaposition. And based on what I've learned in Peru, it's kind of like these plants, if they're sentient beings, if you think about people, we're sentient beings, individuals, we demand respect, we demand to be treated in a particular way. So if we're not treating these plants with respect, I wonder how, if they're sentient beings, even if they don't have bodies, that they respond in a particular way. And tobacco is another one of them. I use tobacco, ceremonial tobacco, from Peru. I did not smoke before. I'm not a smoker until I started working with ayahuasca and then incorporating tobacco in my practice. But then tobacco we have in the West leads to lung cancer, leads to a lot of problems, or mouth cancers too, right? So again, it's just like the context, like there's the plants, there's the medicine itself, but the context really matters. And I think I'm out of time, and I think there's another moderator who will be joining, who will be sharing their perspectives and wonderful insights and viewpoints and opinions.
Yes, we want to welcome Neil, but also thank you, Serena. It's just been a joy and a pleasure to learn about you and to hear your thoughts and to have you share with us today. So we're honored to have you speak. Feel free to put like any contact information you're wanting to share, like your website or anything like that in the chat. And just want to thank you again for being part of the event, and feel free to invite others, or feel free to join for the rest of the 24 hours. We will be going 24 hours. So yeah, just want to welcome Neil to the stage. Thank you, Serena.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
We can. Okay, great, awesome. Thanks, Serena. Wow, that's awesome to listen to you and your experience. So I'm gonna like walk through a lot of my experience in relationship with these medicines and how it's gotten me to where I am. And of course, the floor is always open. People can ask me anything. And I'm going to just kind of do a brief, brief introduction to me. I'm Neil Gehani. I'm actually dialing in here from Bangkok, Thailand. This is where I am right now at the moment. I will be coming back to the Bay Area in September, late August, September. I've been living in the Bay Area most of my life. And working there in tech. So just to give you kind of a background, I am the founder of Mind Lumen, which is a platform that matches people who are seeking consciousness experiences with psychedelics, and I match them to ethical and reputable facilitators, retreats, clinics, and I focus on ethics as the core. We make ethics sort of observable and measurable, and that's what makes it uniquely different. We're also a seeker first organization, which means that we focus on people seeking the help as a primary audience for us, because that's where I came from, and I'm going to talk through my own journey on how I got here. I'm going to post a link in the chat, which is kind of an introduction to my full bio, so I don't have to say that here. People can read it, and but I'm going to just cover a summary of it. So I grew up in India. I'm Indian. I was 4.5, I think, when my parents put me on a plane, and I only remember that the flight attendants were taking care of me at the time. I don't remember who was with me in the plane at all. I thought I was by myself. I landed in India, in Mumbai at the time. My parents were transferred, and my dad was working for a British telecom company, and he was transferred to the Middle East. So he was working there in an island called Bahrain, and didn't really have any good sort of schools. So my parents decided to send me back to India to go to school. And so my uncle met me at the airport. He picked me up, and then I think I stayed there with them for a day or so, and then he put me on a train. Again, I don't remember who was with me, and then somebody met me at the other end. Some strangers met me at the other end of the station. They put me on a bus. I was behind some cages, and we entered some compound with metal gates, and the gates closed behind me, and that's the last I saw of my parents for that year. and I didn't know where I was going or why I was there. And later on, sort of this started to build up in me, and I sort of had all kinds of issues with abandonment, because that's kind of where my trauma comes from, and I didn't even know about it. I had to learn about it through plant medicine, that allowed me to tap into that. But I remember, like, I couldn't see my parents for 9 months out of a year, from the time I was 4.5 till the time I was 15 when I graduated high school. And you couldn't really leave this compound. It felt like jail. There was broken glass on the wall, so you couldn't climb out of it. There was barbed wire surrounding the compound, so you couldn't really leave. Your whole life basically existed within this compound, right? It was a British military academy. That's where I was. I was in India. It's some of the best food around, and I don't think I had Indian food the entire time I was in school. So when I left, I was 15 years old. I worked in the Middle East, and then I applied for colleges in the US, and I came to the US when I was 16 years old, and built my life here. So I really, and I realized this, when I was in college, I think I like 2 years of just depression, but I didn't even know what to call it then, because it wasn't, we have these labels that we put on things, and the DSM-5 gives us these labels, but they're completely arbitrary. Like, okay, they're labels. We can use the labels to sort of say this is what we have, but and so I can now label it, but I didn't really know what to call it back then. All I know that I was suffering and didn't know how to deal with it. My grades suffered, and I couldn't feel like getting out of bed and going to classes and things like that, even though I was a very good student. So all of these things sort of built up over time. I left. I got my engineering degree, and I got my master's in business, and I went to California. I made my life in Silicon Valley, worked at tech. So that's where my career sort of grew up. But all of this built up over time. I was just working away, and it's like, okay, this is what I'm supposed to do with my life. And it wasn't until probably 2015, I'm by this time I'm married, I'm working in Silicon Valley, I have a house, I've got everything I possibly could want or need materially, yet I wasn't fulfilled. Something was telling me that I'm just not, I don't feel fulfilled. I don't feel like I'm living a life that I'm meant to live. I don't know what triggered that in me, but something triggered that in me, and I didn't even question it. I just wanted to sort of figure out something was off, and try to figure out what was off. And I'm a fairly logical person, so I wanted to sort of think about it as, okay, there's something wrong with me, or something's up with me, and I need to figure out what that problem is and how to go solving that problem for myself. And I've been, like, in the field of tech, giving thousands and thousands of presentations on stage, and somebody told me, like, you should just tell your story about coming to the US, and I said, why would I want to do that? So, but then somebody did encourage me to go do that, and I worked with some people, and they helped me, like, craft the story. And it's kind of like the simpler version of the Moth in LA, and they had a similar thing in the Bay Area. So I went and actually got up on stage for the first time and told a very, very personal story. And I was scared to death of telling this story. Like, I really was nervous, and I, like, invited all my friends to be there to support me, which they did, thank goodness. But I'd given thousands of presentations, so I didn't understand why I would be so nervous. And I realized that this is the first time in my life that I was actually opening up. This is the first time that I was actually expressing something that was deeply personal. I was sharing that with others, but I was sharing in private spaces and one-on-one, and I wasn't prepared to really express this, come out of my own shadow, if you will, to say this to the world. And this was sort of a small audience, but I was able to, with the help of others, finally say or tell my story, which is, now on YouTube that you can listen to. And that was the door opener for me. It wasn't the plant medicine. I didn't even, I hadn't touched plant medicine. I hadn't taken anything. I hadn't taken any drugs when I was a kid. I didn't smoke. I hadn't done any weed. And this was 2015. So I hadn't touched anything. I didn't even know about psychedelics at that point. I didn't know about plant medicines at that time. But this was just something that opened my door, that allowed me to explore other options of what could I do to learn about myself. And this allowed me to go into myself a little bit, and just a little bit. And it wasn't until probably 2 years later when it was 2017, and I was at the Oregon Music Festival, the Oregon Eclipse, is the first time I tried, mushrooms, and I tried, sassafras, which is MDA, similar to MDMA, but really MDA. And it was the first time in my life that I actually got to be a kid in an adult body, where I was like, I felt like I could just explore. I did because I didn't really have this childhood. And it felt so strange and different and wonderful. And like I didn't have any cares in the world. I had no worries during that period. Like nothing worried me. Whereas my whole life I lived with worry. I either worried about the future or I ruminated about the past. And I never figured out how to live in the moment. And these medicines all of a sudden allowed me to like just explore in the moment. And it was an amazing feeling. Like I was going around hugging people, hugging strangers, talking to them. It's the most beautiful experience in my life. And I had no idea that these medicines could do that to me. And of course, then I didn't know this, like what I had taken, until probably 2 weeks later when I asked somebody what had given me, because I was among friends. And then my normal logical engineering brain kicks in and go, okay, I need to study everything there is to study about these. And that's really where my education started, about psychedelics, about plant medicines. It started in 2017, 2018. This is where sort of when I first came across Michael Pollan's book, I started reading all kinds of journals and articles about it. I started talking to people, but it's also when I realized that I needed to, I was a very cautious person, so I wasn't just going to go experiment. I wanted to go figure out if somebody could sit with me and I could just figure out how to learn about myself. And it took me 3 years of searching to find somebody to actually help me, somebody who could sit with me, somebody who could be my therapist, my facilitator, my guide, or whatever we want to call them. But it took me 3 years to find them, right? I went through like any normal person. Oh yeah, I went through the directory services of MAPS and other provider-based directories and say, okay, I need to find an integration therapist because I'd heard that term. And I couldn't really figure out how I would want to talk to them. Who should I even talk to? Like, what are the questions I even should ask? I didn't know any of that. Now that I've even read and studied it, ultimately, I still have to know, like, how am I going to find the right person for me? How is someone going to understand who I am? If they don't understand my culture, my background, where I grew up, how will they know? And so this was kind of a search that was super important to me. Luckily, I did find somebody in early 2020, and that was the first time I went to therapy. That was during COVID. I got laid off from a job in my tech job in COVID. And then I found my therapist in my it's the first time I went to therapy, and it was a process, and a process was unfolding or unraveling probably since 2015, very, very slowly, but it sort of culminated a little bit into the therapy sessions that I was having. And then with her, I planned my therapy session in like June of 2020, my first session with her. She's an underground therapist, also Asian. And I was very nervous. I have to say, like, I was very, very nervous because the first time I'm going to let my mind be entrusted to someone. It's not like I'm choosing a restaurant. I don't go to Yelp and like look at 5-star reviews or retreat gurus and just say, oh yeah, I'm gonna pick this retreat, or I'm gonna pick this therapist. It's a very different process where you are entrusting your mind to someone else. And so I was very careful about that, and I wanted to find the right person for me, and I wasn't sure. So it was a lot of debating and questioning before I chose this person. And I'm glad I did. And in June, I was supposed to have a session with her. And then my mom dies in June of 2020. So I had to postpone that to October. So October 2020 was the first session, a high dose MDMA session that I had with her. And it's a completely different experience. Like I've had MDMA since then. And I didn't have MDMA at all, right? Like I had experience with MDMA, but I hadn't had Molly. I never went to like a dance or a music festival and did Molly or ecstasy or anything like that. This was the first time I had a Molly experience in a therapeutic way. And it just blew my mind. It just like, it was a very dreamy like experience. It was like my whole experience like took place underwater, and I'm scared to death of deep water, but yet my experience in the dream was underwater. Not physically, but like emotionally, mentally, I was in there. And it was just the most wonderful experience in my life. And that was, I think, the first realization that these substances are super powerful, and they can reveal so much to ourselves and to me. And that's where my learning process accelerated. And it wasn't until January of 2021 when I had my first experience with a high dose of mushrooms, about 4.5 grams of mushrooms, with the same therapist. And then in June of 2021 is when I had my even higher dose mushrooms, which was 7 grams of mushrooms with the therapist. And the reason for that is not because I wanted to do high doses, is because when I did the previous one in January, I was having a conversation with my therapist and telling her, look, I feel like half my body is out of my shell. It feels like there's a crust that's around my body and my shell, and my arm and my shoulders are out, but I don't feel like my entire body is out of this shell and what feels like a prison that I'm locked in. And I wanted to come out of that, and I was like determined to figure out how to do it. And then so that's why she suggested that, okay, we need to go deeper. And then I said, yeah, I think I definitely do need to go deeper. And when I did, it was just, I don't know how to describe it anymore because I couldn't explain it to people, but it's the first time in my life that I cried so much. I cried for like 4.5 hours, and all the stuff that my mom was telling me in the years that I completely ignored because I was a kid growing up and living in my own little world. It came sort of rushing back to me in that session, and I became my mom. Like I could feel I could literally feel her pain. I could feel her growing up in a refugee camp and watching her mom die. And I was there. So I could actually feel that. And it's the first time in my life that I could literally feel it. It's not like intellectually study emotions or feelings. I could read about it and I could, study it that way. But that seemed like, yes, it's an abstract thing. You can learn about it, you can gain knowledge, but the only way to know how that feels is to experience it. And for me, those emotions for the first time I was able to feel. So I was first able to feel like this tremendous sadness that my mom felt. I also could feel her tremendous love. I could feel what love meant for the first time. Like I could actually feel that. I didn't know up until that time. Until June of 2021, I didn't even know what that feeling would feel like, what ecstasy would feel like, what joy would feel like, what pain would feel like. These are emotions and feelings that I didn't know existed inside of me. I know they sort of logically do, but I didn't know how to actually experience them. And this was the first time that I could actually experience them. And it was an amazing, as painful as it was, or as sad as it was, but it was also a very joyous experience, because when I woke up from that, I was telling my therapist that, the world really needs to know about these medicines and these plants. And so that became my mission. That became my purpose in life. And that's how my organization, Mind Lumen, was born. It came out of that experience, that I wanted to help others, get this experience in a safe and ethical way. And that's kind of what I've dedicated my last part of my life with. I'm semi-retired. I'm not young anymore. I've aged out of Silicon Valley. So I can't really get a tech job, even though I worked in tech most of my life. So, but I finally had something that I could say, okay, this is what I can do. This is what, like Serena talked about, every individual has to come to their own realization about what they can add and what they can contribute. And so I'm able to use my skills and my experience and apply it to this. I could have gone and become a facilitator, and helped others that way. But I chose to focus on this is because this is where I can do my best. This is where my experience marries with what my mission and purpose is, and this is where I can contribute, to this world of plant medicines and psychedelics, and how I can help educate and how I help work on policy issues, and those are types of things that is my way of contributing, and as also Serena mentioned and others mentioned, it's like it starts with us. It starts with learning about who we are, and that's the journey that I'm on, is the peeling of the infinite layers of myself. It's through this process of self-discovery and the curiosity of learning about who I am. Why do I want to do this? Who do I want to help? How do I want to help? It's my own way of coming to this. And this is why and then I also getting tapped into my own culture, because when I left school, I had abandoned my culture completely, because my experience as a child growing up there was horrible. I didn't like it. I didn't like the food. I didn't like that I was stuck in this military school. So I associated all of that with my country and with my culture, and I had abandoned my culture completely as a result. And it had nothing to do with my culture. I love my culture. I love my food, and now it allows me these medicines that have allowed me to sort of reconnect back to my own culture, and reconnect back to my heritage in a different way. Yes, I grew up in a Western world and a Western society. But now it's allowed me to get connected to a whole part of the subcontinent that I had completely ignored for all this time. And there's so much richness and heritage and culture and cuisine and working with plant medicines. In Asian cultures, you go back and look at history, they've been working with plant medicines long before, Western cultures have been working with plants. So allowing myself to go get reconnected with these cultures and with these societies, it's been a tremendous insight into how I want to be and how I want to live. It's one of the reasons I'm living here in Thailand right now, is because I wanted to come here. Thailand is one of the more open societies in terms of Asian societies, but Asian societies are very, very closed off, particularly when it comes to our own emotions, particularly when it comes to our own mental health and well-being. We are even more conservative and more stigmatized than even in the West. And it's hard for Asians even in the West to come out of the psychedelic closet. So imagine coming here in Asia and having them come out of the psychedelic closet. It's even more difficult. It's even more stigmatized here. And Thailand is still one of the open societies. But if you go to Korea or Taiwan or Japan or China, there are pockets, but it's not as prevalent, and conversations are not as prevalent. So it's a very, very small society here right now. So I started the Thai Asian Psychedelic Society here, modeled after the one I co-created with others, the Bay Area Psychedelic Society. So if people are living in the Bay Area, they're welcome to join the Psychedelic Society there, because we're about meeting people in person. It's about getting together in person and getting to know each other in person and being open with each other. And so enabling people to come out of their own psychedelic closet, we wanted to provide a safe space for people to do that. And so that's one of the reasons I worked on that. It's also the reason I'm working on the Psychedelic Closet podcast for elevating Asian voices. They can be anonymous if they want. It's a way for people to come out gradually, and it's only through telling our stories and other people telling their stories is that we're gonna destigmatize mental health and wellness and well-being within our cultures. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do, is to do that. So I do all of this is connected to my own culture, and all of this is connected to the work I do, which is separate. This is also the reason that I'm very, very focused on destigmatizing it by decriminalizing psychedelics in our communities. And that's the advocacy work that I do, because I'm in California. I worked on the SB 58, SB 519 bills, and I also contributed and advocated against SB 1012, which was the most recent bill that basically didn't go through, even though I advocated for the two previous bills before, is because this one, the current one, didn't have anything about decriminalization in there. It was a purely medicalized model, and I didn't want that. I didn't want people, whereas the other two did have a decriminalization component to it. So sometimes you have to take a step back, and this one was taking a step back in order to make progress on the way we need to enable people to have access to these medicines in a safe and efficacious manner, and that's my mission now, and that's what I do. But I am actually in a beautiful state of flow right now. I'm living what I would call a very, very blissful life, in spite of all my traumas, in spite of me being at one time very close to being homeless, in spite of having made two major accidents where my left side is now almost all metal, like my arm and my leg, going through a 2-year arduous divorce process after 15 years of marriage, making no money, and but in spite of all of that, in spite of all my depression, in spite of all my anxiety, I'm actually living a very, very blissful life right now. And that, to me, is all credit to my work with these medicines, with plants, with psychedelic medicine. It's what's enabled me to live this life that I'm living right now, and it's wonderful. It's a good feeling. I'm in a beautiful state of flow, which I love, and I'm living a lot more in the moment than ruminating about the past or worrying about the future. I don't have anger in me. I don't have hate. I don't have these negative feelings. Occasionally, I have envy. Occasionally, I have frustration. Occasionally, I have annoyance. But even those things are fading away as the days go by. They're just fading away now, which feels like a wonderful place to be for me. There's still so much to learn, and I think it's a never-ending process of me learning about myself. And the more I learn about myself, the more I accept what other people, have to offer or not offer. It's okay, like I think, like Serena said, that we can do what we can do. My job isn't to try and, convince someone else. I can offer my opinions, I can offer my suggestions, I can work and do the things that I need to do and collaborate with people who want to collaborate with us or with me. And in whatever way we can do that, I'm going to do that. I'm going to open myself up to do that, which is what I'm doing. But I can't control what others do. I can only control how I react to them. And if they're going to be, there is, like she said, some people will come into my life and I like open myself up. A lot more people come into my life, and I know that some people will hurt me, some people will take advantage, some people will try to manipulate, some people will betray my trust. I accept that that's going to happen. And when I see it and recognize it, they gently get pushed out of my circle. But 99% of the people that come into my life are wonderful. They're just there. So I accept them for who they are. And it's a beautiful way for me to live. And it gives me great joy to be living that way. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of dying. I'm not afraid of getting hurt. Yes, it's just part of the pain. I'm going to feel the pain, but feeling the pain is better than not being numb to it. Like I don't want to be numb to pain. I don't want to be numb to sadness. I don't want to wallow in it, and I don't. But I know these emotions are gonna come and they're gonna go. I'm gonna feel this amazing ecstasy and joy, and that's gonna pass. I'm gonna feel tremendous amount of sadness, and that's gonna also pass. It's one of the reasons it's one of the things I learned by going to Vipassana, to meditation, that these are all moments and they come and go. We live, to avoid, and we live to crave. So craving is something, if I'm really, really, find something that makes me happy, then I'm going to keep craving that happiness, and so I'm not really living in the moment. I'm like looking to the future to go, oh yeah, I really love that. So I want more of it. I want more of it. I want more of it. So you keep craving. Or if you've suffered some pain or some sadness, you want to avoid it because you've faced it, it's experienced, you've had it. So now you don't want to feel it anymore. So we either avoid or we crave. And we go back and forth. And this is what sort of Vipassana taught me. And I'm aware of it. Now I'm like, if I'm feeling like I'm in a beautiful place with a beautiful relationship, and she's in San Francisco and I'm here, and I'm going to go back and be with her, I miss her a lot, and I crave being with her, right? Because I'm here in San Francisco, I crave that. But I also realized that, I'm here and I'm going to enjoy my life here in the moment, because I'm in this beautiful place. I'm meeting wonderful people here. So I try to stay focused and present. And that way, I know I'm going to see her. So I no longer have to worry about the future. And we talk and I can be in the moment and accept that this is my life. This is what I'm doing, and I'm enjoying every minute of it. Are they days do I feel like, oh my God, I miss miss being in the Bay Area, and I miss her and I miss my friends? Sure, I feel that as well. I feel that. But it's the first time in my life that I can say that I can hold both the feeling of sadness and the feeling of joy at the same moment, which I don't think that was ever possible for me. I didn't know that you could feel joy and sadness in the exact same moment. The joy of loving someone, at the same time the sadness of missing them. This notion that you can feel them in the instant in time is something that's possible for everyone, and it's definitely allowing me to do that. I now, it's a collection of moments that builds into memories, that are just beautiful. The memories can be both sad and happy, but now I don't, like a lot of people talk about, I'm very particular about the phraseology and the terminology that I use when I talk about plant medicine and psychedelics. And I don't use the word happiness. Happy is a transient moment in time. I can feel happy in this very moment. I'm very happy to be able to talk about this and able to come out of the psychedelic closet to be able to talk about it as an Indian, right? This is a happy moment for me. But I'm not happy moments are like chases. A lot of people chase happiness, and I don't want to be chasing it. I want to sort of live this beautiful, blissful life. That means there are moments of happiness, moments of joy, moments of sadness, moments of pain. They're all part of who we are. And if you think about it, it's like you're floating down a river and you may bounce off the left bank or the right bank, or there may be a little rock in the way, and you can still float. And if you float that way, it just becomes a very blissful life. And that's how I think about it. That's to me is how I want to live. So for me, the goal isn't, to be happy all the time, or to be up all the time, or not, nor to be wallowing in sadness. It's about, seeking a very, very blissful life, which has become my mantra, and become my mantra for the work that I do. As Serena talked about, we're going to build a different kind of organization. We're not going to build a typical, venture-backed C corporation. We are building a nonprofit, a hybrid entity, a nonprofit with a public benefit corporation. That's how we can change. We can create different types of institutions that serve the people in the way we want to serve them, because that's how I want to do it. And that's why ethics is such a core part of who I am. And I want to build that into the type of institutions and organizations that I can create. And that's what I'm doing. Will it be successful? I don't know. But to me, success isn't about money. Success is about, am I going to continue to live a very blissful life? Can I go to bed at night and have no regrets? Can I don't want to hurt anybody? Can I feel good with myself every day? And that's to me is the kind of success that's much more meaningful to me. It's much more purposeful, rather than, oh, I'm going to chase some external measure about what success is. No, the success comes from the inside. That there are people that, a lot of the people, like famous CEOs and businesses, they talk about oh yeah, you need to know yourself, and they kind of quote Socrates, and Socrates is a philosopher that basically said, yeah, know thyself, right? Know thyself is a famous phrase, and but what he meant was that by know thyself by acquiring knowledge, which humans do, like acquire knowledge, right? His suggestion of know thyself was like you can know yourself by acquiring knowledge about the world, but in reality, no, there's a different way of knowing yourself, which is what Carl Jung talked about, which is you come from the inside, like learning about your own unconscious and tapping into your own conscious. That is how you know yourself. So it's internally driven versus externally driven, right? But it's a combination of both. Yes, it doesn't mean you don't learn about the world and acquire the knowledge about the world, but knowledge is not understanding. Knowledge is knowledge. How do you understand yourself, and how do you learn about yourself? It's something that you have to go inside yourself to understand it. And that's how I feel when I think about knowing yourself and what knowing yourself means. And what knowing myself means is like it's something that I have to go inside to learn, and it's infinite. I'm never going to stop learning about myself, because as a human, I'm changing every day, little by little. And yes, I may even be influenced by other people changing me. I may, if I do something that doesn't feel good, somebody is going to remind me of it. I'm going to learn from that and internalize it and see if that feels good to me. And then if it does feel good to me, then I'm going to incorporate it into my own being and live that way. And that's what I've done. That's what I'm trying to do. Every day I'm trying to learn who I am and why do I exist, and it's a never-ending unfolding of my life. So it's super important for me to be able to learn about this. I mean, obviously, I'm open. Anybody can ask and interrupt me, ask me any questions. I'm gonna go through this chat and pause here for a minute and see if people have any questions. Yeah, a question about how did it feel different for me being in Asia versus being in the US? Um, you know, I've lived in 4 countries now. So when I live in the US, where most of my life was spent, you get in this sort of world where that's all you know. US is about making money and consumerism and all this sort of things that and you think that the world sort of revolves around the US when you're in the US. But when I'm in Thailand, they don't really they don't really talk about things like what's happening in the US is like nobody's talking about that here. Unless you go talk to the expats, and even the expats don't talk about it here. So it's a very, very different perspective. When I'm living in this part of the world, the stuff that happens in the US, the world thinks that the world revolves around US, but it really doesn't. It's just like there's so many other things that are happening here. And people have so many other different concerns than what's happening in the US. It sort of changes your perspective. And sometimes when I was living there, it was like, I thought my world like sort of revolves, and I thought that what I was seeing in the US is the world, and it isn't. Even though I grown up in India, I grown up in the Middle East. I lived in India, I lived in Middle East, and I lived in the US. But since the bulk of my formative years and my adult life was in the US, like I was succumbed to the Western word, even the phrase like mental health, right? The phrase mental health, there's no direct translation in Asian languages, right? I mean, it's sort of the westernized phrase. So like trying to talk about wellness and mental health here, they have their own language to talk about it. It's so that's it's very, very different. But they both have their good sides. They it's just different cultures, and so I like it here. But I also like the US, and it's basically also where my community is. So I'm trying to build a community here, but there's also a community there. So it's about my community, and ultimately, that's where I want to be.
This is Joanna. Thank you so much for such a beautiful share. I just had a curious question about perhaps the differences between, I guess, ceremonial work in Asia versus the US. So, I have experienced something similar to what you've just described as well, where I find that when I'm in the US, there's a lot of conversation about healing and trauma and mental health. But then when I leave the US, people, they go through life, they have good and bad days, and and some people do need to go have the support of a therapist, but like the conversation is so different. And I just wondered if in Asia, when people go to ceremonial work, what is the maybe driver for when they go to say Vipassana or any of the other modalities and pathways for healing?
Yeah, Joanna, good question. So it's very cautious here, right? Super cautious. And a lot of the people that are conducting the ceremonies here, most of them are white people, right? Koh Phangan in Thailand, for example, is kind of where a lot of the ceremonial work happens. And so it's very, even here, it's sort of very coded language, right? Even more coded than in the US. Of course, in the Bay Area, it's pretty open. People just talk about it, pretty openly. But here, it's super cautious. And so people struggle with just expressing their emotions or even talking about quote unquote mental health, which is really not a phrase that people now use, that Western phrase, if they can speak English. But generally, like, I have some Thai friends now, and for them, it's very difficult to even like reach out to someone and just have a conversation about how they're feeling, and I had the hotel that I stayed at when I first landed, and I met the staff there, and this wonderful young staffer there. She's from Myanmar, and I told her, like, this is the work that I do, but she doesn't understand that. But I told her, like, you can reach out to me anytime if you feel it, and she did. It took her a month, but when she was struggling, she felt like she wanted to talk to somebody about what she was going through. So they talk about it in terms of how they can express themselves and try to feel, but even expressing themselves is a very difficult thing. So getting to the stage from just being able to recognize and express to then having to go to ceremonial work is a long journey. It's not something that they do like immediately. I think a lot of people here, because this is a very Buddhist culture, the first thing they will adapt to sort of think about Buddhism and meditation, right? I think that's the intro for them. They will think about meditation first, whether they do it or don't do it, but they will think about it. And then they start to get curious about it, because there's a lot of weed shops here, so people access weed here. But now people are starting to like explore that, hey, maybe I can try mushrooms, because also in Thailand now the government has enabled, like, you can study mushrooms and opium for medicinal research. So things are opening up, but at a much slower pace. Does that help answer your question, Joanna?
It does. Thank you so much.
Any other questions before I take one from the chat? Do you think the next stage of the psychedelic movement is to create a physical community? I mean, I don't know what you mean, Leo, but to me, when I hear the word physical community, which is the way I think about it, is being with people in person. I think we use a lot of technology and a lot of tools, but I use these tools to get together with people in person. The reason I created the Bay Area, co-created the Bay Area Psychedelic Society, wasn't because I wanted another online forum. There's plenty of online forums. If you mean like a commune or a town or city or state. Yeah, I mean, if there's a way to make that happen, to bring people together, yeah, I mean, I never thought that I would live in a sort of a commune, but I'm kind of open to it now. Like, I think to bring people together, to live in community is it would be a wonderful experience. You know, as long as we can figure out a way to harmoniously govern the community. And that's one of the research things that my nonprofit is going to be looking at is how do we do decentralized governance? So how do we reinvent organizations, you know? So that's an area that we want to research, because now there's tools for us to do that. Yeah, I think you know, figuring out how we can be in community, but we also have to realize that sometimes we in the psychedelic community just talk to ourselves, and we need to open up the conversations to people beyond us to teach, to educate, as Serena said. I think if I had the money, like, you know, I would want to educate and people who are curious, or how to get them to be curious about themselves. You know, it's how do I, and that's one of the questions I ask myself, how do I get people to even ask the question of themselves? Like, I want to learn about who I am, because a lot of people, we just sort of go through the motions, and I was going through the motions. I was just like living my life, making money, paying for things, you know, buying things, whatever, you know, that's how I was living. I was like oblivious to thinking that that's who I really am, because it was driven by what the externalized version and factors were. But it's very different from trying to sort of understand who we are, because only through understanding ourselves can we then understand the world around us and the relationships we build with each other, and how we build those relationships, what our boundaries are. Like, you know, like I'm going through this, I'm married to someone for 15 years, and I gave up myself. I didn't know who I was. I basically sacrificed who I was because I didn't know what my own boundaries were. I had all these insecurities. It had nothing to do with her. It had all my own fears wrapped up in it, and I gave it all up because I'm supposed to live as this person. And you know, it's just like, I don't have any regrets about it, because it's a learning experience. Like, I finally learned how to live, you know, and how to be myself, and how to have my own boundaries, and how to be able to express my emotions in the moments that I feel them. If I feel a level of ecstasy, how do I express that when I feel it in that moment to my partner? You know, I can do that now. You know, it's something that I wasn't able to do before. And so for me, like, trying to help others to get curious about themselves, whatever that curiosity is, to learn deeply about yourself. Because to me, these medicines are just catalysts, they're just tools. Yes, you can use these tools. You can get there through meditation as well. But to me, you just, you know, as I think Roland Griffiths put it, you know, meditation is a course, but, you know, psychedelics are a crash course. You can get there faster, but I do both, right? I practice with these medicines, but I also do meditation, and it's the combination of the two that helps me live this beautiful life that I'm living right now. And I hope that other people can tap into that. I hope people can get access to that, and I want to make sure that they can get access to it safely and ethically. So it's really, yeah. Eric, please ask questions.
Yeah, I'd like to answer Leo's question in part. I think the communities are actually coming together that may not involve living together, but it involves being together. So I belong to one headquartered in Oakland called the Sacred Garden Community. And it's a psychedelic church that honors all of, not just like an ayahuasca church or like the Native American peyote church. This honors all of the sacraments. And we meet weekly on Zoom and in Oakland in person. And it's one of many of these religious communities that have sprung up really all over the country, but largely on the West Coast. So Temple of Eden in Los Angeles, there's one in Vancouver, Washington. These are true communities that exalt the role of psychedelics in our life and lead to healing within the community. So it's already happening, and very few of them are getting any kind of hassle from the DEA or any other federal agency. So I think this is a wave of the future, and we're going to see a lot more of this happening in the coming years.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good, yeah, I know the people there, know Bob really well there at Sacred Garden. Yeah, these organizations are popping up. There's an Asian psychedelic church as well in San Francisco. So that's also available for Asians that are living in the Bay Area. There are communities popping up all over, but I still would like a physical space where people can be, live together, be together. Yeah, that would be super cool. I've thought about that. I've thought about that among our friends as well. So I think we can build communities in whatever way we see fit. But yeah, the goal is to get people together in person, because I think we build deeper, more meaningful relationships when we can get together in person. Thank you, Eric. Any other questions? Wow, I can't believe the hour already went so fast. Only 3 minutes left. So yeah, please ask. I put the link to my bio. I'm going to put it again here at the end, but you can reach me through all of those channels, through LinkedIn, through Instagram, through, Facebook, if you're living in the Bay Area and you're Asian, feel free to join the community, so we can get together in person. Yeah, and feel free to reach out in any way. Also one last thing, we're planning, actually incubating the Psychedelic Asian Unconference, the Asian Psychedelic Unconference for next year. So if anybody wants to help co-create that, we're gonna do it in the Bay Area first, because large Asian community there outside of Asia here, and we're gonna hopefully do a small one in Thailand. But yeah, if anybody wants to help co-create that, please reach out to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I had wanted to get around to asking you about the simulation theory, just because there was this great like computer programmer that was talking about that, and I failed to get around to that question. So maybe next time. But Mi Ok is our next moderator, and so I want to welcome them and also say thank you to Neil so much for helping, and that you're always such a wonderful force, and we love you. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Leo. Thank you. Take care.
You too. Go ahead. The stage is yours. I'm just hoping everything's all set. I don't know. Oh, sorry. Here we go.
I'll just let her in.
Okay, great. Welcome. We're just going to set you up for being a co-host, and the hour is yours. We just introduced you. Here you go. Can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you, but I can't start. Oh, there we go. Hi, Miok.
Miok.